Here you go. Make your body rock. breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright. losing time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night.
Welcome everybody to the WREC. It is the last chance qualifier and it is the last broadcast of the week as we will see which two teams will be leaving the tournament. Yesterday we had Viv taking on Revenant and we thought that Viv should be able to make their way past Revenant with relative ease, but it took 3 games to do it. Viv not quite showing up in the form that we saw from the playoffs of the open bracket. However, they were able to close the matchup out in game 3 and advance in the upper bracket. Our second series today we were expecting to be a little bit closer, with Formulation taking on Control, with 2 of the top fan favorite teams that we've seen here in Europe, but Control taking a surprising game 1 over Formulation, and it would take another 2 games, 6 games total yesterday for Formulation to team fight their way back past Control. 2 more teams will be leaving us today. Our first 2 teams out. Let's find out how the lower bracket is going to go as our show starts right now.
Welcome to the official WREC Games WREC EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here know we get hype. Everybody round.
Welcome to the last chance qualifier playoffs. I am Stress, joined by Carmeline and the birthday boy himself, Stuart. This time it's actually his birthday. His chat meme him literally every day of the year. So our gift to you, I hope, is plenty of Wild Rift action. And you know what? I want to hear from you, but just not in the current perspective. I want to hear you that you recorded a few days ago. Find out a little bit more about our teams that have made it into the last chance qualifiers. Let's take a look at how some of the teams got here.
Hello everyone, it's Stuart here. As some of you may or may not know, there is a wildcard team that qualified for the European last chance qualifier. Let's take a look and see how it all played out. The Wild Rift EU Series was a community tournament organised and run by Purge Tournament. 58 European teams battled it out in open qualifiers, where the top 8 teams would make it through to the playoffs for a chance to earn their spot in the WREC Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs, which is the official WREC Games Wild Rift Regional Championship, as well as a share of $2,000. The top 8 teams played in a double elimination bracket over 4 days of epic Wild Rift action.
That's it! That triple kill, he is legendary.
Where we saw some interesting pocket picks like Trendamere and Diana Jungle, last-ditch Nexus defenses, crazy comebacks, and so much more.
But he cannot because FMG is moving as a unit 4 champions down.
Zero Zone started as the underdogs of the playoffs, but shocked everyone when they took down teams like Formulation Gaming and Game Lord, not once, but twice. However, it was last year's European representatives, Team Queso, who would beat Zero Zone in the grand finals, staying undefeated throughout the entire tournament, not dropping a single game, that locked their spot in the WREC Last Chance Qualifier playoffs. This was fortunate for Team Queso because they did not make it through to the top 4 of the WREC playoffs, falling to Formulation Gaming in the lower bracket.
Team Queso are absolutely done.
But now they have one last chance to earn their spot to go to Barcelona. Who will make it to the grand finals in Barcelona?
Who will make it for the last spots in Barcelona? That's a very good question. Oh, you kept the hat on. Perfect. I'm ready for the joyous gift of Wild Rift today. Stuart, how are you feeling today on a big day?
Yes, it is finally my birthday. At least I don't get trolled by Twitch chat. But I'm excited. More Wild Rift action, more WREC action, and it's a lower bracket now. So these teams are going to be battling it out, and they only have one last chance now. If they lose, then they're out, and they won't have any more chances left to get to Barcelona.
Yeah, this really is the last chance part of this qualifier. Carmeline, we've seen our teams play already. I think upper bracket we can focus on a little bit later in the show, perhaps, as those teams will be taken to the Rift next week. Lower bracket today, what are your thoughts on our first 2 matchups of Clash of Spain versus Team Dark and Revenant versus Control?
I think you already know Stress. I think you know whom I support, obviously, because I mean Clash is competing. I can't support any other team. But I'm very interested in seeing these 4 teams because they all seem kind of shaky during their games. And I really want to think that that was just a bump in the road and that they'll become better today. Like, you know, that's what I expect at least.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I'm going to be honest, I think the patch has really unsettled a lot of the teams coming into this. Even our best teams, I think, aside from WREC, looked a little shaky. I think WREC looked good. As we take a look at our predictions for the day, I feel like we're probably mostly on the same page. Carmine, you've already hinted at supporting Clash, which I think is sad for us because we say this every time that Keys plays. Keys is a friend to many of the broadcast team, but I think that in my mind, and Stuart, I know you probably feel similar, like Team Dark, I think, have showed us just a little bit more in the games we've seen.
Yeah, I think Clash is one of the newer teams really in the competition. We didn't see in the WREC playoffs, but we saw Team Dark. We know how strong they can be, and they're going to look to try and bounce back as well because, as Carmeline said, most of these teams were a little bit disappointing in the first round, so they're going to try and make the miraculous recovery and try and make that lower bracket run.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make it there. Here's some of the stats from our top players of the open bracket. So this is, of course, the competition that wrapped up last week. I mean, Hester, we've said he's the best support. Apparently, also basically like one of the best players in the league right now. It shows the impact of those supports. Is there anybody here that surprises you, Carmeline?
Actually, no. I'm surprised a little bit by the champion pools for these players, but I think that's a good thing, you know. I wouldn't surprise me. So, like the Nunu played by Kimia, it's cool for me, you know.
Yeah, a lot of junglers in there as well. 3 junglers in the mix. I think jungle and support clearly showing that. I think there is a little bit of a bias for us as a broadcast team where you're like, who's making the plays, who's actually doing the work, as opposed to like who's getting the kills. Because I kind of like I always count kills as like one of the lowest things on the road. Anyway, I'm rambling about our MVPs. Stuart, you are our MVP for today, but I am going to let you head off and get ready for the rest of the broadcasters. Carmeline and I dive a little deeper into our plays so far and you know, our tournament so far. When we look at it, first of all, so we've talked about the high stakes, how all or nothing it is today, and I think that's what we have to touch on. Is this basically, for everything that we're aware of, this is like actually the last thing potentially until, you know, fall, winter. We have no other announced tournaments. It's really everything building up to Icon Series right now. So for these teams, this is it. Like if you go out today, there's a long period of time where there's no official competition playing in towards like a world championship or anything.
That sounds like a whole day, and that will be real welcome. But no, actually, you're right. These teams are going to have to rebuild and rebrand themselves once this tournament is over, if they didn't make it any farther in the competition. And I think, honestly, that must put a lot of pressure on you, like having to play thinking this might be my last game, not only in the competition, but only with this, but also with this team. Like, that must be so nerve-wracking that I'm, pun intended, that I don't know how we'll deal with that. Honestly, mentally speaking, I think that must be exhausting.
Yeah, it certainly is the pressure of competition, and I think we saw some of the pressure get to the teams a little bit yesterday. When we look at a meta deep dive coming out of yesterday, we were kind of expecting what we saw in day one of 80 carries coming back in, but we saw a whole lot of Rakan and Ziggs still being exactly as strong as they have been. The Ziggs, I think, for me, is always going to be prevalent, but I kind of thought we'd moved a little past this for a moment.
Yeah, me too, right? Like with the changes and so on, like we saw a little bit of a couple of Shin's hours, for example, which is to be expected given the moves that he's received during the patch. But I was surprised by the lack of impact that it had, and I think once again we go back to the point of them not having so much time to prepare for it and just playing kind of what they know how to play instead of adapting, which is something that I do expect today. Like you've gotten like quite a few days on stream as well, like practicing, seeing what the other teams are doing, and we know that here in Wild Rift teams seem to be like adapting constantly, whether like from day after day. So that's something that I want to take note of today, Stress.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on how the teams adapt, how the meta changes. I think we're always going to get a little bit of adaptation for those, picks that people like to, not necessarily one trick, but, we always get flavor of how players play. And that's one of my favorite things. So we'll keep our eyes on the meta and keep things tracked as we head towards game 1 of the day. It is going to be Team Dark going up against Clash Spain. And I'm going to give a little bit of time, a little bit of space to Stuart to talk about his key things to look at before we head into our first series of the day.
Yep, enough about birthdays. That's all out the window. Let's get into the important stuff of the day. Clash versus Team Dark. Both these teams are looking to bounce back after a pretty disappointing day number 1 for both these two teams, but they were up against strong opponents like WREC and Team K, so it's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back. One pick I wanted to talk about, we already spoke about Ziggs and Rakan, Carmelina Stress, but I want to talk about Corki with these two teams. Surprisingly, Corki is still quite a high priority pick for these two teams. So we'll be interested to see if they're going to be played, if he's going to be picked or if he's going to be played still, especially because of all the changes that have happened to Solari Chargeblade. And then the final point is a focus on supports. There's been a lot of focus and a lot of bans by these two teams and against these two teams as well towards the supports. Champions like Rakan, Alistar, Nami, all these champions are getting banned out. And with, as what we saw at the start of the day, Heste being MVP, the supports have been really, really high priority for the teams in the WREC. It's going to be interesting to see how we get into the game and what's going to happen in game number 1. I'm excited to watch it. Back to Stress and Carmelina.
Yeah, excited for the game, ready basically to get there. We only have a couple of things left to do before we get there, and one of those things is to run down the rosters for Team Dark and Clash Spain. I think Team Dark, we've seen a little bit more of. Some of their players are perhaps a little more familiar to people. Starting out in the top lane with Elegy, Sync, Chingxi, Mario, and Juicy, who goes by the name 201. Has to be a little confusing at times. But Clash Spain, I think some people will recognize I'm a Legend, Yafet, Panthdu, Nomo, and Keys rounding out the lineup. So we are ready to get into our first series of the day. And this, for me, should really be a kind of game where we see Team Dark perhaps relying quite a bit on their individual skill. I think whenever I watch Team Dark, and I'm not meaning for this to come across as very negative, but we've had a bunch of interviews with Team Dark, and I feel like their preparation is like one step behind the likes of Game Lord and Rix and that kind of thing, because they come out with like the Amumu support, and they're like, well, we didn't practice it, we just played it. They have some fun stuff, but I just feel like there's some consistency there in the build-up that I'm not confident in yet. Whereas a game like this against Clash, where Team Dark should be favored, this is the kind of game where I'm like, flex your individual skill and your players, because they already believe that they're better. Now you just have to prove it on the Rift. And that's what I would say about these two teams going up against each other.
I mean, you know what to say about the tree in the forest. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to water it or hear it, did it really fall? The same goes for this. Like, if they are so good, but then again, when it's time to compete, they don't show up, are they really that good as a team?
And that's a really interesting thing. And I'll kind of lean on some of my experience of working with teams. So I've worked, for instance, with Mad Lions the season before they won the LEC. I've worked with a bunch of other teams and watched scrims and sat there. There are teams that are monstrously good in scrims that never prove it in officials, because at least in PC, generally, there's a faster pace in scrims. People test their limits more. They try things out a little bit more. There are picks that work that when you go to official games that don't. We haven't had enough time of competitive competitive Wild Rift yet in order to figure out what that pacing difference is. I would love to sit in on some scrims, but that's the feeling that I get, because like Floor replied to one of the tweets from the main account. Floor, of course, the support from Viv, saying like people are underestimating Team Dark, and I think that's a very fair assessment, because obviously Floor has a great read on Team Dark in their scrims and in their officials. We just haven't seen it in the official games yet. We've seen a handful of wins for them, but I feel like I want to watch them more. And that's kind of the sad thing about the number of games that we have, is I would love to see some of our teams that aren't the Rixes and the Game Lords playing more and more games, so we get to test out where they are on that ladder.
I mean, Yeah. I mean, for me, for example, for Clash, it's been way easier to see how they've evolved through time because I've been able to watch them at Liga Salvaje, so I've been able to cast them and see, okay, what's working, what's not working for them. But in the case of Team Dark, of course, if I want to watch more of them, where do I have to go? I have to go to the personal streams of the players. I have to talk to them if possible. I need to get information from all the sources. And I, again, respect that trade that, I mean, of course, we haven't seen them enough to get an accurate idea of what they actually can do. But because when they show up, they don't really show up. They just deliver mediocre performance, then it's all the kind of same, you know. And I'm the first person who wants to see them shine and be like, oh my gosh, Team Dark finally doing amazingly well. They're just popping off. That this is like it. But I haven't seen it yet, so I cannot say that amazing because, again, I haven't seen it.
I think we saw shades of what Team Dark can do in their series earlier in the week, and I think we've definitely seen them performing very well against teams that they should be beating. So for me, it's not a case of saying that, you know, Team Dark aren't a good team or anything like that. I want to see what the players see. I always will trust the player when they're like, actually, this player is really good. This team is really good, because players have the best read. They're the ones in game. They're the ones that can actually like break it all the way down into like how players play the lane, how they play their macro, like what it's like playing against them. So I do trust Flo when he says that people are underrating Team Dark. I always want to I want people to bring the receipts. I want to see it. I want to feel it in game. And honestly, I feel like a player like Mario, we've seen some pretty good performances. Juicy, I think, has looked pretty good as well at times. So for me, it's about proving it now in this series for Team Dark. We do have a slight delay before Champion Select, before we get into our picks and bans. So just delving a little deeper into these teams. For Clash, I think it's kind of the case of, again, not having seen a lot in the WREC stage. I know, obviously, as you mentioned, they are competing in some other leagues, and they have had a lot of competitive games in that sense. But I don't know. I feel it was the same when Purge was ongoing. I feel like when there's kind of like a, for lack of a better term, Premier tournament coming on the weekend, I think sometimes it can be the focus of some teams shifts towards, for instance, the open bracket playoffs that we had, and then we saw Team Queso do really well in Purge, beating out some of the top teams. But then we got to the open bracket playoffs, and the matchups went a different way, right? So it's always interesting to me, like, where teams put their emphasis on preparation.
I think there's also a difference, because if you look at WREC's Game Lord Team Queso, I think the players are really focused on the game, and they're living they live for the game, and they play the game, and they work for the game. But in teams like Clash, maybe you get a mix of players who are studying at university, players who are working, players who are doing all the things in the meantime. So obviously preparation can become much harder when you've got all the responsibilities in your life besides just playing the game, right? Which it's enough of a responsibility on its own if you want to make it big. So I think that can also impact the way that they come into these games. Like, okay, we haven't had that much time to prepare. This is what we've got today. This is what we're going to be playing. I've played in solo queue, it worked. I'm going to play it today in competitive. And I'm not blaming them for that, because I understand that the pressure that you've got with all those things and the balance that you need to find in your life and your work with this can be really difficult to deal with. So I guess, I mean, I'm grateful for them bringing picks like Amumu.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, those factors certainly play into it. It's a shout out to Keys, though. If you want to see somebody dedicated to the game, I swear every time I turn Twitch on, Keys is streaming. He streams like 16 hours a day. So if it's not Snitch, it's Keys, because at least I get less memes in Keys chat. So yeah, thanks Snitch. Shout out to Snitch. Anyway, let's head into our first draft of the day. We're ready to get there. Clash, gonna ban out that Lee Sin. Sync has played a bunch of Lee Sin. I don't think that's too surprising here. Team Dark, on the other hand, what will their first ban be? Will it be the Ziggs? Will we see the bans out towards Rakan? That type of thing? Where are we
I think
going
we should
in
be
the draft?
looking at Panview somehow, sorta. But in this case, the first one is going to be Gragas. I feel like this is the first ban for the right side every single game. Like, Gragas hasn't, like, it's very difficult to see Gragas being played this week because of the new patch. You know, I think is in a really good position. And the same goes for Jax, kinda. It's a really good counter to certain champions. And once you want to play those, you want to get him out of the rift. And we've seen him played in jungle, in top lane even. So, you know, very versatile. You don't want to see him.
Yeah, Jax with that whole breaker as well. If you end up building it Divine Sundra, there's a mix of different builds. We've started to see a couple of items come into the mix that makes him really tricky to take out. Set taken away from this Kha'Zix as well. So that's 3 jungle bans already from Clash. And to be honest, 4 of the 5 champions that have been banned, because we don't see Set jungle too much anymore, are jungle bans. So this is basically like yesterday, where we saw like 8 jungle bans in one game. Lulu going to be taken away. Okay, that's an Olaf first pick assumption is my guess, because Team Dark are like, well, you'll first pick Olaf if we leave it open. We don't want to leave you Lulu. We don't want to play something like a Vayne or something that scales well with Lulu. So take Olaf if you want it. We don't care.
And give me Yumi too, just because we are it, if you can. And it's going to be Fiora in the very end. And again, Fiora can go to jungle, can go to top lane. Well, even in the mid lane, we saw yesterday being played there. Yeah. And I think what this champion provides is an excellent duelist kind of champion skill. And that is really trendy right now in this current patch. So again, I think it is a really good choice for Clash if they're going to go that route of doing a 1-3-1 perhaps at some point in the game, like we saw yesterday in some other games. And to counter this, we've got a Graves stress.
Graves could be jungle, could be in the top lane. I tried playing Graves in the top lane yesterday. Sorry to my team, it did not go well. Diana picked up for the middle lane. So, now I'm actually hoping that it's LG playing this so I can just check his runes and stuff and see what I was doing wrong. Diana, obviously for the AoE team fight, we've seen Diana rise in priority quite a bit now as we're seeing more. So you have to bring a mage to the mix, right? You can't go full AD. And because we're moving towards a lot of AD damage dealers top lane, that's a weird way of saying it, like more damage coming from top lane a little bit with the Graves, with a lot of split pushes. You've seen more AD carries come from the bottom lane. You have to have that magic damage come from somewhere. So we're seeing Diana rise in priority. Rakan going to get picked up with the Camille as well. That's going to basically pretty much reveal that Fiora is going into the jungle. Camille likely to go into the top lane. Still, of course, a little bit of flexibility, but that's Keys, not Keys Alistair. I was about to get hyped for Keys Alistair. That's Juzy's Alistair being picked up in response to the Rakan.
I mean, it makes sense. Rakan's champion wants to go all in, that can escape quite easily from situations. And with a knockup by Alistair, you can easily cut that down and be like, hey, you're not going to be doing that, thank you. Also provides a reliable source of tankiness for the team. So again, fits really well to this composition. And going on with Advance, we've got 6. I didn't expect him to make it so far into this pick and ban stage. But you know, it is what it is, and it had to be banned at the end.
Yeah, that's true. This Darius ban, however, tells us that Clash are reading that Graves is likely to go into the jungle. Wouldn't be an Alistair pick with a Camille in the game if I didn't say that Hells would always talk about how Camille's true damage can kind of eat through the Alistair. So not as effective of a tank as you might think of with that Camille. There's Orianna gone. So Mage. We've also banned out the Lulu from bottom lane as well. No support set as the Rakan's already there, and that was banned out. So last ban from Clash. Will it go also towards the top lane? What else is up? There's a lot of picks banned that kind of hit multiple lanes, like Jax and Gragas also can be top lane bans. You don't see too much Jax. Garen ban. Garen got quite a few nerfs in the last patch, and we have not seen the high priority on Garen that we were seeing before.
Judgment and Mash Injustice, so the ultimate were nerfed, like not just any ability. So yeah, kind of weird to see him being banned this way in this one game. But well, moving on, we've got Corki. We still talked about it, the Corki priority for these two teams, and we can see it clearly now here for Team Dark, potentially going to the bot lane with Alistair. I mean, providing a safe and reliable source of damage here, and I'm really convinced by this, by the movement speed that he's also going to provide versus the enemy team that is already having that in quite a lot of amounts, the Fiora and the Camille. And a Varus stress.
Yep, Varus plus the Akali. I always like to talk about this. People are probably going to get sick of me talking about it. Somebody needs to be able to pick up the kills when you've got a champion like Varus or Ziggs dealing the damage up front, and that means that Akali's going to come in and tidy it up. It has that execute damage. We've seen Akali raise in priority for similar reason, brings magic damage, kind of high mobility. Assassin allows you to clean up team fights very quickly, and that's a Renekton picked up. So does round us out with the Graves in the jungle, Diana in the mid lane, Renekton up in the top lane. So Team Dark have a pretty tanky composition in the sense of like you've got a Renekton, you've got an Alistar. What I would say though is the last time we saw Renekton, I feel like it was like Friday or yesterday, it got zoned off the wave really heavily and did nothing for basically the entire game. I can't remember which series it was, so I feel like Renekton is not quite as secure a pick as it used to be. We used to see Renekton basically first pick or first ban, and a lot of people have figured out how to play against it. Now, of course, Camille is going to be able to scale into the game very well. Fiora's going to outscale Renekton as well. So a lot of later game for Clash coming from that duo, and they bring the early game with Varus as well. So I actually quite like the composition that Clash have brought to the mix here. Team Dark, the Corki is what they're going to be relying on in the late game as well. Graves does have quite a bit of damage later on, at least in the mid game fights. So there's a lot of tools from both sides. I'm kind of intrigued. It's not one of those games where we have either side without engaged potential. So could be quite a bloodthirsty game by the looks of it.
Also because Graves is going to be doing better later on. Not only because of the buff to the damage he does to monsters with end of line, 152% of the damage he's got. So it's quite a lot. It's quite a buff for him in order to be a proper jungler. And also that one game for Renekton that you remembered was played by Acolyte on Friday. I don't know if there were any other games, but I think, well, that one was won by Team Kesso. But the rest of the composition was quite good as well. Like, really complimented the Renekton in the top lane. Like, he didn't need to do much in order to win that one game. So that's where you remember that from.
There's so many games. I'm just like, I think I remember a piece of this game. Well, we'll see whether there's anything memorable in this game from Clash and Team Dark, as Elegy forced to back away from the top lane, as there is Keys already top lane, gonna get the knock up, and here comes Camille into the mix. They're gonna force Elegy back off the wave, and it's a good start against the Renekton.
You force him to retreat. Now the wave is basically yours. He's giving you like about 10 to 15 seconds more to be, just chilling, farming in the wave. Not many issues with that. Of course, you're going to be giving him kind of easy farm to be doing that on the tower. But in the meantime, we've got here in the mid lane quite a good matchup between Akali and Diana. Two champions that can jump on top of each other quite easily, do a lot of burst damage. So we'll see who comes out on top. But I think for the time being, Pantheon, could be in trouble right here. Half the life is left on him.
Yeah, has to respect the damage at this point in the game. Like, Akali needs a little bit more time to actually do too much from here, as one mid has control of that mid lane. It's pushed out the wave as Mario is... hang on a second.
Fiora is playing top lane. What?
No, hang on a second. As there's an engage in middle lane, I'm confused as one mid is going to jump in. Mario is the one on the Alistar, as they're going to take first blood on the Graves. Juicy is playing... I'm not going crazy. Juicy is normally the support for Team Dark, right?
Yeah. And he's playing...
was there a missed swap in this game, or is this an intentional adaptation? We'll have to figure out from the team, as Clash may be caught in the top side as Yaphet is backing away. That's a double knockup. Doesn't even matter, as Mario is going to Goomba stomp on two.
Oh, that feels horrible. Using your flash to escape and then getting caught immediately after. Just doesn't feel good. And now he is knocked back by Mario, by this Alistar, which is kind of what we foresee in the pre-game show. And look at this, the vision is getting divided between two teams, and we are going to see a replay of this. Your face is already burning, it's in flames, right? It's loaded down. But then you're going to watch this. Amon tries to go and help him. He goes into the wrong position, and Japhet can't do much because you're a Camille over a wall. And then just they get surrounded, and you see the flash right there. It hurts me in my heart to see the flash wasted like that, because he was going to die anyways. But that gives a good kill both to World Mid and to Sing. So I think that's going to be really helpful for Team Dark, who are already building quite difference in gold between them and Clash.
Yeah, this is an odd game, but it's the start that Team Dark needed, kind of just to shrug off a little bit of the criticism from the pre-game, if I'm speaking honestly. Stuart has mentioned to me that they actually did this in Purge a couple of weeks back. They did it a few times. To varying levels of success, I imagine. Although, you know, for Team Dark, this is the kind of game that they can utilize. This, we came into the series saying that they have to utilize some of their individual strength, in my mind, and just kind of prove that they're the better team. It's starting that way, and I even feel like they may be hamstringing themselves, but maybe this is a thing that they actually do like regularly for some reason. I don't have a reason that you would do this.
I mean,
so we're just gonna have to trust the team and see how they go. Elegy gonna get knocked up. There's a Hextech ultimatum. Elegy's gonna be able to survive through the majority of this with Dominus, and that's a lot of damage up front. And it just feels like Clash can't get anything on this game. They go for the engage. Team Dark weathered through the storm, and now there's 4 kills on the board with Rift Herald spawn.
Just for the record, if someone calls me out on Twitter saying this is the caster curse, I want you all to know that I voted for Clash. The rest of the casters voted for Team Dark. So, if, you know, like, it's not caster curse, okay? Just because someone votes for them.
Caster curse only applies if every one of the casters votes for it. That right there is Panth to firing back with a kill in the bottom lane.
Well, that's something, you know, and also going to Akali. We were talking about it before, like, right? Who's gonna take the actual resources? Who's gonna be the carry of the team in a way? And we said it should be Pantheon, it should be the Akali, and there we go. We see that on a 1 versus 1, so you can see the potential this champion has, and I feel like it hasn't been explored enough just yet. But due to this new patch, I can clearly see where this comes from.
Package down in the bottom lane. Can they get the damage? Big Moonfall is going to at least save Juicy for a moment, and no way. No way does he get out of this. Headbutt comes back. Mario hits it with the rocket from Juicy to save him, and wow, it is all Team Dark. They are massacring Clash at this point.
Okay, well, let's ignore the fact that Clash is losing and let's talk about the optimizations a little bit. Okay, yeah, just let's not talk about the other thing. Let's not talk about this scoreboard, shall we? Well, let's talk about it later, because right now it seems like we've got a 1 versus 1, but Elegy is going to have to stay in the tower, and Ayman is going to have to retreat. This Fiora not really doing well in his first minutes, where you should really expect her to have lots of impact late in the early game, but it's not happening. The Camille and the Fiora don't seem to have that synergy, and we can see the replay here in this one play, which was horrible for Clash. You see that how Japet gets trapped on the tower, the Koroki arrives, Yuzi almost dies, but he gets protected by his team, and Kiss gets killed immediately after. Just effectively, look at Yuzi, like, basically 1 HP?
Yeah,
like...
I mean, literally no offense by this, but I know it would trigger Hells to oblivion if he was casting this game, because Juicy's build is Black Cleaver Oblivion Orb. It's like, I only want pen. Like, shred the armor down, put magic pen on top of it. I am going to make zero comment, because I always say items are my least knowledgeable part of the game. So have at it, Twitch chat, and you can determine it. Elegy's going to fall in the top lane, as top tower did fall as well in favor of Clash. Still about a 5k gold lead for Team Dark, as Clash find a little bit of rest, a little bit of solace from that to pick up a kill and get an objective for themselves. I think we're teetering on the balance, though, of another big fight going Team Dark's way. Could very well be problematic. They try and dive onto Ayman, and 1 mid is now going to have to back away. That's Camille that will chase you down. Graves with the collateral damage is going to hit the spot from afar off screen. 1 mid nearly fights it out, but that's going to be the hook shot away by Yap. Gets it end of the line, and that is the end of the play from Yapet. This is just going to be a bit of a clown fiesta running through top lane, as Team Dark are getting chased down by Clash. Keys, can he get the quickness? I mean, he's dead.
Can they? They should be able to, right?
Yeah, just give the kill over to Pant. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's fine to give it
Well,
over to
Nomo.
Nomo as well.
By the way, fun fact about Nomo, I'm pretty sure when he's played last year, he was called I'm Not a Gnome. And now he's like Nomo. But in any case, let's watch his one play. You've got Alistar. Okay, this is what he does really well, right? This is all about the champion. And still he gets killed. He was too far away from Corki here. Mario not being able to complete that play was not safe for his team to follow up. And that means that you're basically going to die. If you are left alone with no sources of damage on yourself, that's the kill for the enemy team.
As this game settles, 25 seconds on Rift Herald. I feel like we picked up where yesterday left off.
What do you mean? Stress.
I
Explain
feel like
yourself.
we kind of still in crazy land from yesterday. Energy gets the riposte, blocking the slice or the ruthless predator from that, as Mario is going to headbutt them back and back away from Clash. And now Team Dark are just going to go for Rift Ult. Okay, got it.
It is something that we haven't really seen, but Team Dark to the first dragon, and now the Hells is next objective on the Rift. It seems to be started by Team Dark, but careful with Clash because they're quite divided.
Yeah, now they're going to try and find one stasis from everybody that can at this point as Elegy drops low. He is going to get taken out, and Clash have found themselves one kill on this. They haven't yet found more, but if they can stop one mid going in, Moonfall is going to hit over the wall. Keys does manage to jump back out of the fight and settle themselves for a moment. Fiora on the bottom lane has pushed through, and I mean, Clash, they're doing a decent job of pulling Team Dark around the Rift, and Team Dark haven't been able to capitalize too much. Rift Herald will be the big play for them next time, though, whether they can get that to work out how they needed to.
I have to say, the battle dances by Rakan have been amazingly well performed and executed in order to save his team. And I think that's Kiz is doing a really good job here. I have to say, I'm really proud of him right now. But that's not going to win you the game. You need something else, something that Team Dark does have. And what is it? Is usually playing a Corki. I'm just kidding. No, actually,
How
it's
much is
partly
Keys
that.
paying you to say nice things? What was the going rate on that? Because I saw he tweeted at Stuart for nice things.
I mean, you know, yesterday I saw Keys commenting on the Twitch chat, no mention of me, and I was like, you know what, Keys, I don't know who you are anymore.
Wow.
I don't recognize you.
I see
You're not
Keys
my
in Twitch chat
friend.
in any broadcast I go in. Keys is like always there. It's going to be Team Dark trying to take this one away. Ooh, nearly Smite Seal comes out from Yaffa, but it is secured by Sync as Dark take the second dragon of the game. Kills have started to level out a little bit. We're still about 4,500 gold in the lead for Team Dark side of things. Sync trying to find a kill on Yaffa, does get it, and he's going to take the trade as Panth is still bouncing around the Shroud. Panth, does he want this? He's landed the first part of the dash, doesn't go in. As Juicy is going to package his way forward. I'm going to guess it didn't quite connect the way he wanted it to, as Nomo's dropping low. Keys blocks the rocket and actually gets the taunt up under the turret by the look of it, as Mario dropping low, but can't get taken out. In goes Iron, but that's a 2 versus 1 until Keys arrives, and Keys, there's the quickness, does get the taunt this time. He had saved it before, hadn't used it in the last exchange as I thought, and now they're able to take another kill. It's a scrappy game, but Elegy's going to push through the top lane.
It is, and this means another tower is going on with the Team Dark, who already got 3 or 4 dragons, not 3 dragons actually. You see here, this Hex ultimatum wasn't particularly good from Camille. Have to say, didn't really sold me, and then afterwards they even having to run away. Of course, that wasn't the perfect setup by Yafet, and I hope it gets corrected later on, at least in the next game if he plays Camille again. When you're so low life as a Camille, I know.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
What?
Hang on. What is that Black Cleaver Oblivion or Leandry's?
Leandry's. Yeah. Next
So
damage,
I'm not making
you know,
a comment
like
on whether this is good or bad. I just find this hilarious because I know there's going to be people triggered out there. I know people are going to be triggered by this build, regardless of whether it's good or not.
well, think about it the positive way. If they get triggered by the build and talk about it, and they can talk about us. So, I mean, it's like it's free real estate, as the memes will say. So Yeah.
I mean, Juicy's gonna live rent free in a lot of people's heads after this game. Like, truly will live rent free. At this point, Rift Herald top lane, it's going to open up at least a little bit of the Rift. I mean, there's not too many other things they can do right now. Baron's spawning in 20 seconds, but I don't think they can do it. They haven't. I mean, the Baron's a decent speed with Renekton, Graves, and Corki, but they don't really have anything to do, and that Rift Herald is a whiff. There was no real way of doing anything, but that, of course, was going to expire. So not a whole lot going on without a fight. And these fights have been so scrappy that it's basically like one at a time fighting. And you can see now Yafet's going to back away after the hook shot. Elegy doesn't quite land what he needs to, clears out a ward, and will back away as Sync is blocking the path from Iman to come to the fight. As I mean, one mid just recalled for a Nash's Tooth, so now they're going to go aggressive onto Iman.
Oh, poor
They're going to be
Iman.
able to catch him out and get the kill. That one goes over to Mario. Now they're going to have to run away from this as Juicy is backing himself away. Pantadu forces out Stasis. They're in the middle of the Shroud, and that's where Akali reigns supreme as Mario now drops low and Clash. Have they done enough? Chains of Corruption did land, and in goes Yapet. Can't quite get the damage, but the damage is there from Nomo. That's 3 members of Team Dark falling by the wayside, and I mean, that's the problem. One mid just recalled.
I was confused at first by what the Clash was doing, because you had Eamon alone, but he was seeing the enemies, right? And Clash were getting close here. You can see it in the minimap how they were approaching this area. Eamon gets killed, but instead, right now you can see Clash arriving, and there you go. Mario can't do much. He gets charmed right here, and that's going to be one of the key points for Clash to win this one game. Sync, again, doesn't have anywhere to retreat. LG is close by, but again, you are Renekton, might be the only one getting away with this due to the tankiness of the champion at this current time with Blade of Ruined King, Black Cleaver, and the Gauntlet. But it was quite a messy team fight in terms of Team Dark's capabilities here. Like, had LG arrived a little bit earlier, had they planned it a little bit different, the position was quite important as well. And that's how you catch an Alistar, and that's how you make him unusable for his team. So I think this was properly executed by Clash, but perhaps Eamon could have lived.
Eamon's pushing top lane, can't quite get the tower as Mario's going to proto-belt his way forward, forces a flash out of Noma. That's a pretty big cooldown not available now. Eamon's going to have to try and get out of this one. Does he have a riposte available? Riposte early, gets headbutt pulverized and drops. It's Juicy that's in trouble. Can't Valkyrie your way out of that one. And there is the kill going. The trade over in favor of Clash now. They're going to back themselves away. Mario going to, nearly hit that pulverize. It was so close on the timing, but he got interrupted for just a moment. And Team Dark, despite the fact that they lose Juicy, are now in a situation where they're getting shredded through. Hang on a second. Mario drops very low as Pan trying to get in, does manage to convert that kill, force out the stasis. There goes the smoke screen, end of the line for Pantadu, and it's a double kill for Elegy. We haven't seen a whole lot of Renekton recently, but it's getting very dominant in this game. Meanwhile, on the side lane, that Nash's Tooth on one mid, helping one mid rip through a few more turrets.
And Jaffet has this bought redemption for this Camille in order to help team. Obviously, I love this item, to be honest. It makes me feel like I can do something in my life. No longer has it, but Blade of I swear I saw it. I'm not making this up. I saw Jaffet buying redemption. I know I wasn't hallucinating, but there we go. We've got to play right here how Mario missed. This gives time for no monkeys to run away from the team fight. Diana gets to push freely on the top lane in the meantime, and you can see that right here how Punky decided to engage to get 1 kill over Alistar, but then, like, was it really necessary? You've given 2 kills to the enemy team in exchange for an Alistar kill. Like, that's not adding up. But anyways, the Baron was here just minding his own business, just chilling. Team Dark came to disrupt this a little bit. And Clash, what they can do now is perhaps try to pick kills here and there, because together they don't seem to be working that well. But there we go again, stress.
Ooh, Keys caught by 1 mid. That's a huge jump over the wall. Moonfall doesn't land exactly how they would have liked. Only the one caught as Keys now having to back away. He's only a third of his health, and it's already Yafet that has dropped. I think this is where Team Dark wrapped this game up. They got supers pushing through the top lane. Iman's going to drop as well. And Team Dark, they've stopped playing with their food. They've stopped the fragmented fights, and they are going to stop game one as Team Dark will advance their way past Clash Spain in game one and put themselves one step closer to the next round of the lower bracket.
Talk about messy games.
Yeah, messy is definitely the word to describe that game.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened. Like, Team Dark were winning 7-1, then suddenly they lost control and Clash started stomping them. Then back to Eamon just roaming alone, and you might say he's split pushing. But no, I mean, like, there were plays like this one, but things seemed like they were going to go well. But you're trying to dive an Alistar, and I don't think that's the wisest idea ever because it's an Alistar, under his own turret. So it didn't quite work out. And here you can see once again, Eamon just roaming alone, split pushing, and then just getting caught by the entirety of Team Dark. And one time it can be understandable, but like 2, 3, 4 times in a game, that's way too much.
Yeah, to start off, I think Team Dark were always in some version of control of this game, but fighting away from their strength a few times allowed Clash to kind of close the gap more so than they should have done. I think Clash looked okay. Team Dark definitely looked individually like the better team right now, but these are the things that, as I say, I think that they're just one step or two behind our top teams. It's like rarely do you see our top teams fighting in positions where like one member just recalls. Like it happens to every team, but certainly I feel like Team Dark could have played this out a whole lot safer, a whole lot more straightforward, and would have had an easier win.
You're right, especially with the composition they've got. Like, when you're playing with this kind of composition, you want to avoid certain areas. You want to avoid like these really enclosed passages because that's where Camille can hook shot very easily and throw the ultimate, the Hexa ultimatum, and just jump onto you. And that's exactly, you don't want to fight in those. However, they were doing that all the time. But anyways, here there are the results. And I think the only shining light for Clash will be Nomo with the virus at Edge of the Night, right than intimidation. Now, in the meantime, for Team Dark, there are quite a few players that deserve some recognition. Like, I think every single one of them played mostly okay, but please, Yusi, can you go back to support champions, please?
I don't even think Juicy's Corki was that bad. I don't think it was that much of a problem. It was more confusing than anything, is the way that I would put it. And as the play-by-play caster, that's fine for me. I can be confused by his builds and their swaps. That's not a problem. Yeah, I mean, here's the goal. Makes sense. This really should be like double the scale, if that makes sense. I don't think it's a worrying thing for Team Dark. I think this, realistically, looking at game one, should be a 2-0. I think Team Dark just individually can kind of outplay and outclass. I think it's next week and the next couple of games for Team Dark that we're going to see them run into a little bit of trouble if they play like that. I need to see them shore up a little bit of their macro game, because even like Clash from yesterday looked a lot stronger in the macro game than we saw here. But let's check out play of the game. Literally could be any passage from this game. Probably the end of it when we look at this. The beginning was good for Team Dark though.
Well, okay, this is the one where they dive a little bit into Corki, well, into using this case, but then they get tased. Mario just flashing to get that one kill, and then he uses slams against the wall. And if I'm not mistaken, here's what Pantheon tries to chase later on. Yes, here it is. Was it really worthy? I mean, even flashing to get that kill? No, because you ended up giving 2 kills to Team Dark.
Yeah, I think the game plan there is like, I can see the outplay. Maybe I can get multiple kills. I can slow them down. Nah, didn't happen in the way that Clash really wanted that to from Panther. And then on the side lane, one mid was pushing down. So it worked out for Team Dark. They are 1-0 in this first series of the day. Let's see whether they can close the series 2-0, whether Clash Spain can bounce back. We'll be back in just a few minutes for game 2.
ready?
Welcome back to the WREC Last Chance Qualifier. We're in the lower bracket. We are taking a look at Clash Spain versus Team Dark. Team Dark, they closed the game out in game one. Didn't make it as easy as it could have been. We've got Caroline joining me for the cast. What are your initial thoughts on Clash coming out of that week? So I think we spoke a lot about Team Dark.
All
right, I put you on the spot with like a painful question. I'm sorry. I know that you're obviously a supporter of
It's
Clash.
okay. It's okay. They were like not amazing. There's room to improve. Yeah.
They're going to need to channel that energy from that tweet for like 5 episodes, I feel like, to overcome
Yeah,
this. And
I mean,
considering
even
we're
with
heading
the
into game in a
energy-
couple of minutes' time, I don't think they've got enough time to do it.
Like you can channel energy, but is it gonna be chaotic energy or like you know?
Hell,
Okay,
give me some chaotic energy. We've already got chaos energy today. So let's head over to Stuart, who hopefully can shed some light on what was a very weird game one of this series.
Thank you very much, Jess. Yes, it was a very, very weird game one. There wasn't any risks in draft. You can see that both teams didn't pick any real new picks from the new meta. It's been very much the same as what we've seen from the WREC before patch 3.1. We saw a little bit of interesting role swap by Team Dark. This was played a little bit before. We've seen like Ashe support being played by Mario with like Juicy on Seraphine. This time it was Mario on Alistar, which looked a little bit shaky. He missed a few combos here and there. And it was Juicy on Corki with this really strange Corki build. Now, this has been really, really popular in Asia, in Korea, in China. It's just a really strong first item for Corki, just giving you the base stats. Doesn't really benefit Corki a lot because he does mainly magic damage. Not really too sure what Leandries and Storm Ray is about. We'll completely forget that part. But the Oblivion Orb, because Corki does a lot of magic damage, he just wanted to get a little bit of anti-heal against Team Clash. So a little bit interesting build, but hopefully we won't see any of that in the next game. And the last part is just messy. It was a complete mess of a game, really, to be fair. Just showing that both these teams don't really feel too confident, especially after day one as well, and especially after they lost 2-0 against a strong team. So hopefully, if Team Dark does close this out, hopefully we'll see a more cleaner game by them, and hopefully they'll be able to close it out a little bit cleaner. But we'll see how clean it is going into game number 2, back to Stress and Carmeline.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Turns out Stuart's a Black Cleaver Corki apologist, so at it's Stuart on Twitter if you have opinions about that. It's his birthday, so share the love. He's not a Leandries Corki apologist though, so we don't have to hang him out that hard on the opinion there. It's kind of a subtle. It's a subtle. All right, something that's not going to be subtle is game 2, because if it's anything like game 1, it's gonna be on the border of Fiesta, which is always good. I like being on the border of a clown Fiesta of a game, but you know, if we tip into it, that's where it kind of gets a bit weird. We're into draft for game number 2. Clash have chosen the blue side for this matchup once again, so we'll see where the draft goes this time. We had like 5 junglers banned out in the first game.
Ooh, okay, so say that is repeated. For now, no Van, so we're gonna play this game with no. I'm just kidding. Jax will be the first one, not the jungler here, and we saw it on the last game as well. And Gragas will be the second one, first one for Team Dark. So we're repeating a little bit of what we saw in the last one. Do I like this? I mean, yeah, because I didn't see a reason to ban any other champions that we saw in the last game being played. Perhaps a Renekton, but just because I guess the champion that really pisses me off, and it's like, can you die already? But I mean, you know, it's just a personal preference.
I'm a big Renekton fan. I like playing Renekton. It's the kind of pick I can walk in and win lane and then win the game. I should play more Renekton.
That's why I don't like Renekton.
Sorry if it annoys you. Again, a lot of jungle presence. There's a set gone. No real changes until this ban as the Fiora was picked up first last game from Clash's side. I wonder whether they'll opt towards going for something like the Ziggs instead. That made it all the way through to the second ban phase before getting banned out by Team Dark. Now we're going to have our last ban from Team Dark. I'm trying to remember what it was in the last game. It was the Lulu. They're going to stick with it again. That's why it was a little bit of a weird one. Obviously, that's, again, away from the Olaf. Olaf didn't get picked or banned last game at all, or at least in the first half anyway. Didn't get picked.
Oh. Okay. Okay, great. So Clash we saw in the last game, but in the hands of Team Dark. And in this case, again, being played by Clash, I really have loads of faith in what might happen. And he's going to be facing a Xin Zhao potentially in lane. Xin Zhao has risen in popularity since the last patch, so maybe we'll see more spicier combos.
Yeah, expecting that Xin Zhao to go into the jungle for Team Dark. We've seen it a little bit. We haven't seen it much before this patch for a little while, but of course did get some buffs there. Graves could be in the lane, could be in the jungle himself. Now let's take a look where Clash go from here. The Diana picked up once again by Qingxi. allows Team Dark that AoE impact from that middle lane. Camille is going to kind of allude to us that Graves is going in the jungle, and Camille is likely going to that top lane. Can't play mid, but very similar to the last game, seeing that Camille top lane, Rakan coming from the support 4 keys. So Clash going for very much the same style of composition.
Which didn't quad work last game. They were getting caught again and again. But hey, Pura is not anymore. You've banned her yourself, so good for you. And Alistar will be repeated here for Team Dark as well. It's just like they're kind of, going for the same vibes on the last one. Alistar walking quite well with the Shin's out, so I'm really putting a lot of faith in what they can do. Even though I voted for Clash, I still wanted to take a good matchup, a good game in this case. And the next champions line are going to be Darius and Orianna. Once again, repeating what we saw in the last game. But the Darius, I mean, I want to see him again. I know teams have started banning him recently, but I really want to see this champion again.
Well, if Clash don't ban Corki right now, it's probably going to be the Corki again. It's Renekton they're going to take off the board from Elegy. So expecting to see Juicy's Corki picked up once again. I wonder whether we'll see the build come out the same in this game. That'll allow them to kind of like last pick their top lane, or they're actually going to opt into top lane now and last pick their AD carry. I was going to say, because they have to blind pick something right now, but then I realized that Camille is already there, so likely already that top lane matchup. So we got the Akali coming from top lane, Diana coming from mid. That allows them into a more traditional AD carry kind of setup where you can just opt into something that deals attack damage and doesn't have to go towards AP with a weirdly Empress build.
Which is make it really comfortable for them to play this game. Now for the next pick for Clash, we've got Aurelia. Okay. We've seen a little bit of Aurelia in the past series between yesterday and Friday. I think it's a champion that with Bangwood's edge can really turn team fights around. And finally, we see the core keeper, in this case accompanying the Rakan in the bot lane for Clash. And Ari for Team Dark Stress. I can't decide what composition I like more.
My brain has stopped working.
What's up?
There's no bot lane carry.
Oh.
We're going ASMR mode. Team Dark have no traditional bot lane carry.
I hadn't noticed.
Team Dark. Do you know what? This is why I love to hate Team Dark, is because they have these things that they clearly played in scrims. That they played the support, they played a bunch of different things. They played the Seraphine and the Ashe. So generally it's worked for them when they've done this. But it's really it catches you off guard. On the other side, Clash I think is a standard composition. I know Don's in the chat. I've seen him in there earlier today, so we're seeing the Aurelia mid come out likely as an homage to Don from Formulation, who's played a lot. Did I wake up? I know that we had time jump an hour overnight, but I didn't think I was going this crazy that we were playing Akali or Ari in the bottom lane. I guess I think it has to be, right? Diana mid and then Akali. I don't even know.
Okay. Let's think rationally.
Rationally, I think rationality's gone out of the window in this series. We're loading on the rift for Clash and Team Dark. It's Juicy's Ari bot lane.
What?
It's Ari bot lane.
Okay, I mean, what's up with Juicy today? Did he wake up and he was like, okay, yeah, I'm really wanting to play the carry. Well, carry, the damage dealer in this bot lane. So thank you, Mario, for your walk. But I'm taking charge to race or something. What's going on with that? Why?
I'm gonna let the game speak for itself. Mario hits himself the head, but only level 1, so no pulverize to follow up. I mean, Ari, we never really saw as a bot lane mage in the bot lane mage meta. But I mean, it's a thing, I guess, in this game for Juicy. I mean, there's a lot of targets that want to jump forward at you, and Ari does quite well at that. But I mean, This is
I
a
like
heavy
something
magic
about
damage
it.
comp. I don't get it.
Well, I'll tell you about it later because it seems like I don't know, we didn't have anything. I think this is a kind of moment when in all the leagues, you know, in South Korea or in Asia, in any other region, Turkey, they are like, oh yeah, we've seen this in Europe, you know. I love that because of that one reason. Yeah, we saw it in the last chance qualifier. I love it, honestly. It's the kind of thing that then you can call out like, yeah, this is not new. It was seen in one game just between Team Dark and Clash like 5 years ago. Between the you know, like it's reference material, and I like it. But for now, what we're seeing in the game is this exactly happening. No more getting caught.
Oh, Nomo under the tower. Can't quite trade it to Mario as they were looking for the killers. That's going to be the knock up on Sync. Well, I guess it's working out already. This composition is diving towers, and Nomo just gets blasted back under the lane. I mean, Ari didn't get the assist or anything like that, so it doesn't really matter. It's happening again. The same thing where, like, Team Dog, in goes Panthew, gets the charm.
Why?
There's the Ari charm hitting. There's a double knock-up coming through. Sync is going to be able to try and finish off that Irelia from here. 1-1 overall, but remember, there was the first blood already going over to Mario. That's a perfect charm out of Juicy, but he can't quite complete the kill. Yes, he does. This is the last charge of the ultimate. It's going to put him in range. Ooh, good flash out over the wall, but it's going to put him right in the sights of Yaphet. Spirit Rush not going to be... Oh, the end of the line into the wall. But it's enough. Flash, pick up the kill. 3 kills to 2.
Yeah, but Yuzi hasn't left without ultimate, without flash, without ignite, without anything, basically. Oh, Panthew.
Yeah, he's safe enough under the tower as Mario. What is this game? Moonfall doesn't keep Mario alive. Only a little bit of damage as Panthew going to drop low. End of the line actually gets dodged out by one mid who jumps back in, utilizing the fancy feet to get another kill from it as one mid. This Diana performance is pretty good.
Also, without forgetting that neither Mario or Kiers have reached level 5 just yet, so they don't have the ultimates available. So essentially, they're not as useful as they could be. They had the ultimates, and here in this one particular play, you can see, okay, double knockup quite good. Then Rakan does the same, but then what is it? Like Panthew, I think overextends a little bit, in my opinion. Kiers here does it as well. You're a Rakan in the early levels. Not with your ultimate, even not with enough itemization to be able to face an Ari just without any kind of punishment. And that has to go with your fed. This is kind of messy. The flash as well in order to catch Ari. I don't know what's going on, Stress, but I'm really like, I would see something in this game. And we're seeing things, so I can't complain really.
We're definitely seeing some things. Clash going to take Dragon in exchange for the Rift Herald on the top side from Team Dark. Mario's around. I don't think there's anything that Mario can do. He's not even going to try and go aggressive. Just scouts out the area, spots out everything they need. Rift Herald, is that going to get immediately popped top lane? Because they've got it down below 2 plates. They could pop it. Iman's under the tower, though. 1,400 health. Wow, they're just going to do it as Juicy comes in from the side, lands the charm, puts the damage down. They're going to take the tower without even utilizing that Rift Herald. They're going to be able to use that in the middle lane instead. High damage early game is going to just eat through that tower, put them in a position that they can now look towards using that Rift Herald in mid lane.
Last game, it was Iman. This game, it's been Panthew. Team Dark really knows who to focus when it comes to like who is going to be the main carrier of the team. If it comes to a point where we need to, you know, where we are kind of even in kills, which is the case right now. Even though they are ahead in gold, you really want to start, you know, looking at who might be causing trouble for you later on in the game. And that might as well be Camille or Aurelia. So I think that's a proper idea that they've got going on. It's just that I feel like Eamon is not really in his element. Kind of like he gets caught a lot of times. And last game he was playing Fiora, so easier to catch him like that. This game he's playing Camille. You can hook shot and try to get out of the situation. But again, I feel like he's not completely comfortable. And Panthew, it's a little bit the same for me. Like I feel like there's something to polish there that hasn't been done yet. I know what it is, but well.
Nomo going toe-to-toe with Sync as the Rift Herald was spawned on this. One mid's going to try and play defense on that and make sure it gets the charge off as Keys jumps in. Had the quickness available, didn't use it yet. 700 health on this tower, so there is going to be needing a commit from Team Dark. Now, have they gone too far as Panthu jumps into the fight, gets the first kill on that Aurelia? Can he reset all the way through as they manage to take out the Graves in response from Team Dark? Aurelia is down, so Panthu can't just dash through the fight, can't get what they need, and that means Team Dark will once again keep advancing their lead. It's 2 towers down in their favor. They're going to go and finish off that bottom lane tower, and Team Dark once again showing to be the team that are leading in this fiesta. It's not a clean game from either side, but Team Dark continuing to push forward.
Yeah, like in this case, in this one play, you've got Panther approaching from afar, but LG is ready to cover that flank if needed. Sync also flanking, and there you go. Clash decides to commit to this one team fight. There goes the Hextech ultimatum, but it doesn't turn around for them. One mid is able to hit from afar, and so does the rest of Team Dark, leading to Clash having to run away and just keeping 2 of the members alive, which obviously gives the team in the red side a quite important advantage in this case. Now, objectives are going to be spawning a little bit, so what you can expect right now is trying to pick kills here and there, like right now.
Yeah, looking for another one as Juicy now dashes away from it, trying to utilize that Ari's speed to get in and around. So, where do we go from here now? With all the turrets down, this is where Team Dark kind of slowed out in the last game. They went for some weird fights, and this time it's going to be Elegy that's the other side of the rift, as Keys is a little bit caught. Corki just got taken out by Juicy. Moonfall lands, as that's going to be the Camille ultimate used to keep Team Dark in place for a moment. Mario trying to back himself away, does manage to buy the time for 1 mid to turn this back around. Ivan's going to get pulverized back to the fountain, and that means Team Dark have continued to grow their lead. No scrappy fights from this one. They managed to get out so far with no deaths on top of them as Panthu, that's 2 low health targets. Pulverize lands, that's exactly what Mario needed from this. And on the edge of 2 kills, Clash pretty much get aced, and now they're going to lose 2 towers with the objective spawning.
Amazing. Now you've left whoa.
Yeah, another kill looking to be completed by Juicy as the turret's gone. There's Elegy getting a kill. This is all Team Dark. Clash are falling apart right now. Team Dark have taken them through the fiesta, and the circus is definitely in town. That was the kill on Corki on a ward. Didn't see it because it was just outside of tower range, so Ari utilizing that just at the peak range.
This one was also quite bad for them. Like, one after another, they kept falling here in the trap, which is like, why? Like, if you say Team Dark is having the lead in here, what do you need? Like, look at Panther here. Was there a need to go in there even though they are low life? It's an Alistar. Like, it's not like gonna be like one basic attack and done. It's gonna take you longer. And of course, Panther, poor Panther, he hasn't been able to play any of these team fights, any of these games because he gets killed constantly.
Keys wants to go in. They don't really have the follow-up damage there as one mid just absorbs a lot of it and has a shield on the back end. I mean, now it's going to be the Infernal Drake going down. Rift Herald still in possession from Sync. Juicy picks up another kill. Doesn't even need an 80 carry in this. As, I mean, Team Dark are playing well towards the side lanes. They basically said that we'll just pick you off on the side lane and continue to move forward in this game, regardless of what our composition actually does. And I just don't think Clash can actually hold anything against it right now. 12,000 gold down as Elegy is going to get jumped on. There's a pulverize, and the headbutt on top as Panther has just got melted through. This Aurelia is not working in the way that Clash needed it to. 1 dead already, and there's the reset surely coming in. In goes Akali for the double kill. Back out of the fight as Keys tries to go aggressive. Xin Shao dashes over the wall to his own death, but it's going to be a triple kill for Akali. 3rd kill of the fight for Elegy, and it's really just a 1 versus 5 at that point. The rest of Team Dark are there, but all they're doing is taking objectives and peeling for Elegy as Elegy is wrapping this game up. Chow lands over the wall for Juicy. 1 mid going to be able to take that out for the Rampage. It just is so far ahead that Team Dark are just hitting Clash with their wallet. The exchange rate to the euro right now, not so good for Spain by the looks of things, because this is all Team Dark crushing through. Double kill for Keys, trying to even things back out. Gets kill under the tower for Elegy. I feel like he's
Okay,
taken
okay.
every single member of Clash apart. That's a triple kill for Keys, but it doesn't really matter at this point of the game.
Triple kill. Okay, that would go Bunga's Edge, and I know why it really isn't taken into account. You've got a Thresh, an Alistar in front of you. They can very easily headbutt you if he wants to. Like basically use all of his kit onto you, and you won't have any way of escaping here. The only reason why Jin Sao has that in this team fight is because he actually overextended a little bit. But besides that, every single kill that Clash is getting is because Team Dark has made a mistake rather than because of pure skill. Look at this. Like, why? Why get so close to the water when you've got a champion in front of you that can easily charm you and drag you with them? It's not ideal.
It's another kill going over. Are they going to be able to take out Pantu? Surely not quite. Keys going to body block as Elegy will be able to shroud his way through a lot of that. And don't let Keys hear you say that it's not because of the skill of Clash. Don't take it away, his triple kill from this. It's Team Dark ramping this game up. Rift Herald's going to get used in order to push through this top lane tower. In goes one mid, Moonfall lands, Rift Herald charges into the inhibitor to take it out, and that's going to be a dancing Shelly at this point because it's going to get one more charge onto the Nexus. I don't think they can actually walk it through without any more minions, so we'll get the charge, won't survive for the end of game picture, but Sync is going to try and shutter this one on Iman. Ooh, can't. Does he?
Oh.
Flashes in, flashes out, dashes in, gets out. Not really sure. He doesn't want it. Sync doesn't want it.
We're going to have to wait for a long time until the waves start arriving to the base. Once again, you've got them in the bot lanes as super minions. But for now, this is what you get. Kia's about to be killed once again with Aemon. If they do decide, finally, just decide not to attack immediately. But it doesn't matter.
No, he's going to get caught. Juicy's 1 versus 4.
Okay, Yuzi.
Basically what I've come to expect from this series. Doesn't matter though, because one mid is going to just dash around. Mobility is key in this one. There's the headbutt. He's going to lock him in place. It's going to be just all too easy for Elegy and the rest of Team Dark to clean this one up. 2-3 waves of super minions pushing through. They're going chasing. They're going hunting right now as Iman. I mean, it's legendary for one mid. Iman's going to get taken out as well. Elegy closes it out for the ace. That's going to be Team Dark with a nearly 16,000 gold lead on this game. 13 minutes in the game. Mario's going to tank up the Nexus. They're going to take this one out. And Team Dark advance past Clash Spain in the lower bracket.
Well, that was definitely something.
That was a game of Wild Rift. 10 players loaded in, 5 players won. That's what I can say about that.
Yeah, indeed. And I just, okay, now being serious, if I think about it, I feel for Panthi. Like, I feel like he's not been allowed to play this game at all. Like, every single ultimate was failing. Like, he will land it, but then the enemy team will be able to do whatever they wanted with it. Like, okay, it doesn't even matter here. Making him an effectively useless player in this case is because of how much he was getting annulled by Team Dark. Then they had really questionable plays like this one, like you've got an arrow in front of you but yet you decide to stay close to her just in case you know she wants to land the charm. I don't know, many mistakes. Kia's will be the saving grace here, the redeeming quality of Clash due to a triple kill. But besides that, I feel like the game has been quite weak, and Team Dark have improved a little bit from the last game, but not that much as to think, oh, that's the Team Dark that people are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd say about that is, like, we came into this series saying that Team Dark, or at least I said this, I think Team Dark can individually outshine here, and that's exactly what we saw. Like, this was a game of Team Dark just saying, okay, we can just basically pick anything we're comfortable on and perform, and we're going to win this series. And it's kind of exactly how that played out. I want to see Team Dark in a game where they're a little bit more challenged, and that's no disrespect to Clash, but I think we saw it there, like Elegy kind of flexing, one mid flexing as well. certainly, probably not the cleanest game that they were looking for, but kind of what we've come to expect somewhat. Panty just having a really rough time on that Aurelia. I think it's a pretty difficult matchup. We've only really seen Dawn have a lot of success on the Aurelia in mid lane for formulation. This time was not the case. I mean, one mid went unkilled in that game. Pretty impressive performance overall.
Absolutely, and you can see here the damage outputs, particularly by Ellie and one mid. For Clash, no one was really doing that much. They tried, but they didn't quite get it. And Aemon again getting shut down quite easily. Pantheon once again. Jafet and Nomo not being able to do much, and you see here the slight advantage that Clash mounted to in the first few minutes, and then it all went down, all in favor of Team Dark.
Yeah, and I mean, keep in mind, I mentioned last game should have been a quicker scale. I mean, this game's actually just a faster game. So this time, this is what the last game probably should have looked like if Team Dark were a little cleaner around it. I mean, what I will say is it's a fun game to watch. They showed us something different. We saw Ahri in the bottom lane. I feel like against a team like WREC or Game Mode, you would not get away with doing that. I think they play too well through the laning phase and then through the early parts of the macro. It's interesting. I'm glad we get some games with different things, but this was like away from the meta that we were expecting. The piece that does make sense to me is we're seeing teams play to the side lane a whole lot more. We saw it out of Viv, we saw it now at a Team Dark. Like, I think that is something that we're going to see a lot more of. I just don't know that this is going to be the version that we're going to see with like assassins, mages in the bottom.
I wish that was the case, because I don't know. I feel like split pushing and the 1-3-1 is one of my favorite things ever in the game. So we get to see more assassins and duelists just taking those roles and doing that more. I think it definitely adds another layer of interest and hype, because you never know if they're going to pull off a backdoor, or if they're going to be like suddenly destroying the enemy's towers like this. And then I know it provides a lot more of gameplay than just basically doing a team fight composition and going at it.
I mean, this is a little bit more towards a traditional pick comp where you can just kind of cause chaos, and chaos is what happened. You asked for chaos energy going into game 2, and we certainly got it from that bottom lane Ahri pick. We're heading to play of the game and seeing what we... Oh, sorry. First of all, we're going to head to an interview with Mario, the Dragon Laner for Team Dark.
Thank you very much, Stress. I am joined by Mario. We call him the Dragon Laner, but Mario, this game, you played Alistar twice. I wanted to talk a little bit about this. Was it you that woke up on the wrong side of the bed? Was it Juicy? What's happening in that duo lane at the moment?
Apparently he likes playing carrying champions. He makes me to play Yuumi and also Lulu, like even in ranks. And he was like, oh, how about you just try Alistar in the tournament? And I was like, okay, let's try it.
It worked out in the end. We saw some really, really interesting picks. And to be honest, I mean, it was a very, very messy game. What are your thoughts, and how does your team feel after a performance? Even though you did win, it wasn't the Team Dark that we've seen before from the WREC.
We've done more fights. We've played more around like the style lane. Like we stopped like playing like focusing on the AD carry lane. Like we don't choose maybe like Varus, maybe like even Ziggs, even if it's opened. We decided, like, due to the meta, like the new patch updated, we decided to choose like more things that we could split, and we just like rush in with the team fight really like early.
No, that's completely fair, and team fighting is definitely what we got this game. I think one last thing, obviously for yourself as a Dragon Lane champion, with all the changes to the AD carry meta, are we going to see eventually an AD carry coming out from yourself, so you're going to be sticking to Alistar the whole time?
You would see. I mean, it just depends. I mean, it depends how Juicy feels. I mean, if he wants to play AD carry, he'll just go AD carry. And if he feels like, I'm gonna play support, okay, he'll go support.
I mean, it's nice to have that flexibility anyway. Thank you very much for joining me, Mario, for this interview. And good luck for the rest of the rounds as well. Hopefully you make that lower bracket one, and we'll see you again soon.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
That's either a lot of trust the team has in Juicy's calls, or Juicy has like something over the rest of the team. That's ultimate power, to be like, I'm carrying now, and you're playing Alistair for the first time in a game. I mean, it's exciting. It's nice. You never really know what Team Dark is going to show up, so it definitely helps us, see different aspects of the game right now. Let's take a look at one aspect of the last game with a play of the game and see where Team Dark managed to take down Clash in their second game.
Oh, okay, it is one. Actually, a play of the game was in favor of Clash, was it? Nope.
This ended up turning back in the favor of Team Dark pretty heavily from the top lane. Like there was the overextension, then they bought the time for Panth to come in, but Panth just kind of gets blasted. Tries to go in for the 1 versus 2, can't quite make it work. Because again, Mario, I think he kind of shored up his Alistair a little bit in this second game. Game 1 looked a little bit rough, but game 2 was pretty clean Alistair game from Mario, even though apparently not practiced on it. So that's what I mean. Team Dark individually coming through. Let's find out which individual was individually the strongest on Team Dark. We voted for our MVP. We can take a look at who it's going to be. There are a couple players that it could have been, but I think Elegy really just kind of inched it out with that last game on Akali. Game 1 looked pretty good on Renekton. We haven't seen a whole lot of Renekton recently, but it was good performance. And then Elegy's Akali looking very good.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you here, and I hope to see more of this Elegy, perhaps a little bit better in next games. But I think this is a good base to start working on. Elegy is one of the players that I remember for the Origin series that I was like kind of impacted by how good he was performing. So definitely, just bring it on, bring more of this, and you might make it far.
Yeah, if we see more of this Elegy, I think that's the kind of player that Team Dark can build around. And we heard Mario in the interview talking about how they want to play for the side lane. Well, that's a pretty good sign for them overall that Elegy can carry when given that amount of extra impact and extra resources. 2-0 in the books for Team Dark over Clash, so they're going to advance to the lower bracket. Unfortunately for Clash Spain, they are out of the last chance qualifier. No more chances for them. We will see where they come back into competitive meta once we hear more about the rest of the year. However, we have a second series of the day. It's going to be Revenant going up against Control. We're hoping for a little bit closer a series. We'll check into that series in a few minutes' time. Honeyfruit will keep their lives. SC7 flashes. Only Kid, he leap strikes out. No way. SC7 gonna strike. How did they're right around the corner. Viv are gonna face check in. Solar flare into the Mega Inferno Bomb. They haven't got the damage to stick down onto Kranix yet, but he's gonna eat through Game Lord. Shockwave is gonna catch Doom out. Doom now in trouble. Doesn't have his flash available, but it's Snitch on the sidelines. Puts damage down. SC7 has healed up. Looks like he got the Honeyfruit from the top. Chance fear from being caught, and it's forced Rix into a fight that they cannot afford to take. The Guardian Angel from SC7 as Lonely Kid rips into the backline. Clue drops the apprehend as Game Lord are gonna apprehend this. They don't even need the Elder Drake by the looks of things to end this one out. And Viv are going to do what Rix couldn't do against Game Lord, play out the early game composition. Yeah, one last attempt from Viv. They're going to try and shut this down, but it's a rampage from Redemption. The low health bars are all there, but it's the Bane tidying up for the double kill. Can they get more as Redemption's going to come into the fight? Triple kill for Redemption. Full house for Game Lord. They're going to end the game right here, right now, as Game Lord advance for the rematch against Rix. Welcome back, everybody, to the Last Chance playoffs. We are in the lower bracket. Stuart is joining me to hopefully make sense of whatever the hell is happening today, because it's a fiesta kind of day. It's your birthday. We get to have the fiesta. What do you think about that series?
It was, I mean, I said to Mario, it was a very, very messy game. I think there was a lot of limit testing happening in that game for Team Dark. I think individually they were just the stronger opponents. I think going into it, you already said as well that Team Dark were just better individually. And it showed as well. They can pick pretty much whatever they want to. Ari Dura lane, your Dragon lane just playing Alistar for 2 games in a row. It doesn't really matter. Team Dark were able to come out on top in the end.
Yeah, Team Dark managed to take the lead from... I was so wondering why I had music in my headset. Happy birthday, Stuart.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Good fun. Good fun.
The beat from that. This took a wild turn off that. I'm so glad you didn't make me sing it. Happy Birthday is such a hard song to sing, and I know Carmeline and I would have given it a go, but I think my side of that I would have let the side down quite spectacularly. I guess your birthday present was Keys getting a triple kill. Keys got a triple kill. That's good for you, Raise to it. Okay, let's get back on track. Carmeline has some key points for us as we head towards Revenant and Control.
Here I'm back with some key points as the caster said, and the first one is the Battle of the Underdogs. Both Control and Revenant went into their respective series, well, not being exactly the favorites, right? Like, people were voting more for the enemy team, and reasonably so. However, today they have to face each other, and I'm telling you, this one is going to be epic because we've never seen this matchup before. We don't know how he's going to walk, we don't know who's going to come out victorious. The performance this day was kind of so hopefully today they'll be able to fix it. Now, moving on to my second point, and it's another very important one, is the return of the AP carries. We've been seeing that consistently. I mean, AP carries are abundant as well, but finally, champions like Tristana, Israel are getting back to the Rift, and I couldn't be prouder of that. We'll see if again this happens during the series, but I'm convinced it can and it will happen. And finally, my last point is about pocket picks. We've seen Tristana being played from Control side, we've seen Janaz, we've seen Wukong's in the jungle. So if there are any teams that can bring out the weirdest, most pocket picks out of them all, are these two. So will we be seeing that during these games? I hope so. For now, I'm gonna leave you back to the casters, Harris and Stuart. Bye-bye.
Right, let's get into this one. I'm thinking this might be a little bit closer of a series between Control and Revenant. I mean, Control looked really good yesterday, actually, from the games that we saw, partly because I think Formulation were a little bit off the game from where we've come to expect them from. Let's run down the lineups on the left side, or blue side. Revenant, we've seen them under the name of Felian before. Kage, Arrogance, 0-2, Baigay, and Mei. On Control side of the Rift, it's Sanjurin, Ryder, Zito, Kakuzen, Jash, and Kamulta. So a couple of changes to the Control lineup, but they seem to fit in quite well yesterday.
I think both these teams honestly performed really, really well yesterday. Revenant against Viv Esports and also Control against Formulation. Both of them quite surprised me, to be fair. Yeah. I thought going into yesterday, I thought, okay, Viv and Formulation are just going to wipe them off the face of the map. But they actually made it really, really competitive. Both of them series yesterday ended up 2-1. I think, as you said, the series is going to be a lot closer than our previous game. Honestly, even though I voted for Control and I wanted Control to win, I honestly think Revenant as well has looked really, really strong. And I think it's going to be down to all them pocket picks that Carmeline said, because some of these teams have picked up some interesting picks coming into the new meta.
I totally agree. I think as we head into picks and bans, there's one pick I'm not so sure I want to see from Baigay, and that was the Corki. Yesterday wasn't super sold on it. The packages were not really what we've seen from players like Redemption, who have favored the Corki. Always feel like I have to compare. I know it sucks to compare players apples to apples like that, but nevertheless, I mean, we kind of have to. That's our job. Olaf banned out here, so we didn't see any Olaf priority in the last game, and I feel like part of that was because Team Dark went, well, we're going to ban Lulu, and then you're not really going to have anything to play it with other than Yuumi. So yeah.
The Lulu ban was interesting in the last series. I have to admit, it was really, really interesting. I mean, you're just denying away the Olaf, but there is still the actually, I was about to say there's still Yuumi available. Actually, Yumi's disabled at the moment, as far as I'm aware. If I remember that Yuumi is disabled, I think there's a bug at the moment. I'll have to get confirmation on that, but that's maybe why
Yi is still enabled. There's something fishy going on there.
Yeah, somehow for some reason Yumi's been disabled, but Master Yi is still dashing away. But I think Master Yi is a very hard picking competitive, to be fair, because you still can counter him really, really easy with crowd control and a very coordinated team. But going through these bans, nothing too crazy happening. Xin Zhao, even though we've seen him rise up a little bit more, especially in the ban phase, I believe it hasn't even won a game yet. I think it maybe might have won like one or two games or something. Oh yeah, sorry, they just won the last game. Yeah, but I think over the last few days we've been seeing a lot of Xin Zhao, but hasn't had the success rate as maybe what teams are expecting from this champion. But again, not really anything too crazy in the bans. Fiora is still up and available. Galio, which has not been that high priority, but Corki, interesting enough, first pick. Hopefully won't be the Black Eva Leandries that we saw in game number 1 today.
Oh dear. Okay, we'll see. We'll track the build. Fiora, as you said, possibly the pick here for control. Graves is up too. We've seen a lot of high priority on Graves. We've seen it both in the lane and in the jungle. Komoto's Thresh is the same level of priority from yesterday. Komoto really buying into the Thresh hype. It does, of course, allow them to play that Varus down in the bottom lane. This gives them that escape. So full bottom lane priority for this draft so far.
It was the same with yesterday, really, with control. Like you said, the Thresh priority was so high. They really want to get Komoto on this comfort pick, even though he was missing quite a few hooks yesterday, I have to admit. His hooks weren't landing as much. But again, like you said, it allows you to play that immobile carry in the duo lane, with Jarvan being picked up as well. Thresh is, great into Jarvan as well, because you'll be able to lantern away anyone that is stuck inside of the Cataclysm. So a little bit difficult, but even if that, lantern is down, the Jarvan will still be able to try and jump onto the Varus.
I like this because yesterday I think the game's Revenant looked best. I think they even won with the Jarvan game. I think they looked just way more active, way more, competent at playing the aggressive playstyle, if I'm recalling the game correctly. So I like that they opt into it. I mean, Jarvan is certainly not the highest priority jungler. We generally don't see him without a ton of bans, and I feel like there are some strong junglers still left available with the Fiora. We've also got like the Kha'Zix that we've seen people play, but I think it fits the play style of what Revenant have had some success with, and I think that totally makes sense.
Yeah, the Jax is available, and that's going to be picked up for the side of control. So most likely played in the jungle, can be played in the Baron lane as well. But yeah, interesting that the Jarvan is such a high priority, and Kha'Zix hasn't even been picked at all really over these last few days as well. So interesting, that's kind of fallen out of the meta. But these teams have not had a long time to kind of practice new picks on the new meta. So they're still sticking with their guns, the Thresh, the Varus, Jax, etc. Even though the builds are slightly changed with the likes of Divine Sunderer coming into the fray, the Death Dance changes as well. So the item builds have slightly changed, but the picks have pretty much stayed exactly the same.
No, I'm going to get banned out. That's some of that long-range engage or disengage, whichever way you look at it, to try and set up the Jarvan a little bit easier. Orianna taken off the board, but that would have been a mid lane Orianna. I feel like, was it Control that played that yesterday? We definitely had, I think it was Orianna Tristana they played in yesterday's series that made it through. So interesting that Kagu is drawing Orianna bans that we don't normally see once that AD carry is picked up in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think just a 9 AP damage away from control, because they have the Jax, they have the Varus. You're just
Diana,
9 picks away. Yeah, I was going to mention Dinah as well. Dinah, I think, has to be banned away here for Revenant. And if it isn't, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets picked up by control as well. But
and I think the other side is Ahri, right? Like if you go Ahri here, because you have to blind pick something, unless you want to opt for that Jace knowing it's top lane, you could do that. But I think that Jax, I mean, we rarely see Jax top lane, but you'd be giving away some flexibility in the draft if you don't pick something that can go mid lane from here.
Yeah, you can want to leave that flexibility of Jax being able to go Baron lane or the jungle. So most likely will be a mid lane pick here as well. But then at the same time, you don't really need to deny away a pick. And it is going to be Wukong, interesting enough. So I believe it was Control yesterday that played Wukong jungle,
I think so,
if I'm not mistaken. So this could be Wukong jungle, Jax top. I honestly think Wukong is quite strong at the moment because of the healing that he gets, mainly in the Baron lane, but with all the healing he gets from the first ability, and now with Divine Sundra in the game as well, you get so much healing from your first ability with Wukong. It's just a great team fight champion, even though it got a few changes quite a few patches ago, and hasn't really seen too much into the meta. Interesting enough, Janna being picked up. I think Mei likes the Enchanter supports down in the support. We've seen Mei play Nami, Janna, all these enchanters. So not really a aggressive, a Rakan player or Thresh player or anything like that. So a bit of disengage, which is going to be really, really good, against the likes of Jax, Wukong, and Thresh that wants to dive in, and Akali as well. So probably going to be mid lane Akali, top lane Jace, if I was to predict that one out.
Looks like it for now, and that kind of gives them the ability to dash around team fights. A lot of long-range damage, and then Jarvan and Akali to go in and kind of finish the fight. But, I mean, not a particularly tanky lineup. Like, Jarvan doesn't get that tanky from the jungle. Janna, of course, will have shields, but I wonder where Control go from here. If you pick something that has, like, an Ahri would be able to deal damage to most of these picks. Ooh. Twisted Fate. Okay, North America play a ton of Twisted Fate. TF, of course, his Destiny is going to reveal Akali in the Shroud. That's one thing you can do. And we're seeing teams play to the side lane a whole lot more than we were. And if Jax is pushing on a side lane, you have a TF come in with a gold card loaded, the target's going to die pretty much every single time. So this is about empowering the side lane picks and playing towards your side lanes and away from your AD carry.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting because you have the kind of utility champions when it comes to like Twisted Fate with the gold card, Varus with the ultimate, which they don't do massive amount of damage, and you have the Wukong as well, which doesn't really do a lot of damage as well. So you're kind of really putting the everything in the Jax basket, I feel like, for Control, especially like you said with the side lanes as well. Jax is probably going to be going like Divine Sundra, Hullbreaker as well. If it is Baron lane Jax, it might be Baron lane Wukong as well. They still do have that flexibility going into the game, but very, very interesting. Like you said, Twisted Fate really, really popular in North America as this kind of utility mid lane mage that can go into the side lanes, and kind of get advantages in the other lanes instead of mid lane by itself.
Yeah, I've been waiting to see whether European players would pick it up because it's a very selfless pick. Like it's very much so like I'm not playing for myself, I'm playing for my teammates. And I think the thing that helps Control in this draft is Wukong ultimates can be used defensively. Thresh Lantern is going to be there for Varus. Varus ult can be used defensively. So there's a world in which Revenant struggle to fight the Varus Wukong Thresh pack that will be kind of holding on the mid lane as TF goes over to the side lane. So interesting draft, very different. This is a little bit more about what we were expecting about playing for side lanes, and Control have thrown us something a little different. I'm looking forward to seeing how this game plays out.
I think Control are playing with a sub. I think it's Kamaris in the Baron lane, which, if I remember, Kamaris, if I'm not mistaken, played in the Origin series last year. I can't remember who he played for. I'm honestly going to have to look it up after this. But yeah, it looks like he's going to bring out the Wukong in the Baron lane. So no Sanji today, so we'll have to maybe get some confirmation from someone to see what's going on in that situation. But yeah, so it is going to be Wukong in the Baron lane. Grassy, I'm dying. Most likely going to be going for Divine Sundra as well. So again, Wukong in the Baron lane is just all about healing with the first ability, all about staying in fights for as long as possible, and just brings out so much crowd control as well.
Yeah, extra crowd control there, as we've talked about, can be disengaged, can be engaged. Now, as we kind of see how that impacts the game, I think that's going to be really interesting because we're expecting to want to play towards the Jax, as now that the Jax, that responsibility is going to be on Ryder Zito, which at least should give them a little bit more familiarity, if that makes sense. Like whenever you're playing one of these coordinated compositions, like having a sub really breaks the usual coordination. Kamalto now caught out in the jungle, in the river, having to back himself away, and of course that meant Jash had to back away from the bot lane. So Control giving a little bit of room over to Revenant to start this one out.
Yeah, they wanted to try and just stop stop Arrogance from taking the Scuttle Crab, but you can see that both junglers are looking to invade. It's actually Ryder Zitto that's going to be able to take the blue buff, and Arrogance is a bit slow on this play, to be fair. I think he has the smite available, should be able to easily smite this away. He does, and he will be able to easily escape as well. So Arrogance not realizing the play was there, not realizing that he could go over to his own blue buff. So that means that it's going to be a 3-buff start really for Ryder Zitto, which on this Jax you want to try and get ahead early. You want to try and get as much farm as you can.
Yeah, we'll see how he farms up. We'll see where his build goes as well. Like, Jax has traditionally been, Triforce, play the Rune King. We haven't seen a whole lot of Jax since the changes, but like we have 2 other items that can be in the mix. Like, could be Divine Sundra, could be Hellbreaker. We'll see with Kamulto putting a lot of damage out onto Baige with Jash there. It didn't really get traded back either.
Yeah, Josh is having quite a nice time, to be fair. Obviously played Baron lane in the WREC before, and now is back in the duo lane. He did play duo lane before. He did play up in the Baron lane, so back on his more preferred role, you could say. But yeah, I mean, like you said with Jax, with the new items as well, I think he benefits quite a lot with the new items. I don't think he's going to go Hullbreaker this game, just because he's playing in the jungle and he wants to roam around with his team, so he won't be able to get that extra benefit from Hullbreaker. But yeah, I think Divine Sundra he might go into if he feels like he needs a little bit more tankiness, as Arrogance is going in, but not going to use the Cataclysm just yet, because then that won't be up and available for the Dragon. But yeah, Blade of Rune King first item is still the same for Jax. You still go for that extra attack speed early on with the lifesteal, and it's a great first item power spike as well for Jax. But yeah, afterwards it kind of depends, do you want to have more damage and do you want to be more of a carry? Then you can go for Trinity Force. If you want to be a little bit more tanky, get some heals, then you can go for Divine Sundra.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption lands there, Piercing Arrow as well. No first blood on this map yet, but Jash is trying to buy the time. He's got the charge up. Can he snipe it? Doesn't even go for May. Puts the damage down onto Baige, as that will be at least the recalls forced out. Now Rift Herald's going to be pushed through, or at least attempted from control. Arrogance is on the bottom side taking Dragon at the same time, and I mean they have the Destiny available to know exactly where everybody is. That's where it's going to go. Kagu not going to invest the gate part yet. We'll go to the bottom side. Oh, okay, they're going to cheat rotate the mid lane play. So what Kagu does there is he runs at mid, uses that for vision, knows the handshaking anyway, and goes, all right, I'll just push that bot.
Yeah, it's a way that Twisted Fate can be used. You don't need to use that that Destiny to play aggressive, and actually it's going to be Control trying to 3-man tower dive Akaji. He's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Ryder Zitto dodges out on the tower aggro, puts enough damage down onto the tower. Ooh, Akage's dropping low, not enough to pick up the kill, but Josh showing why Varus is still strong right now in this early game phase.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Arrogance and pretty much everyone on the side of Revenant weren't able to kind of trade objectives, trade the towers. Normally, that's what you see. You normally see like, okay, Control are going to take the Baron lane tower. They're just going to use that Rift Herald. And normally you see like, okay, the other team's going to try and push out mid lane, push out the duo lane instead, but they tried to defend it instead. And honestly, it didn't really work out for Revenant. So a nice early game goal lead so far for Control. And you can see it is Divine Sundra first for Calamaris in the Baron lane on Wukong. Sometimes you see Black Cleaver as the first item just because the item is just really, really strong. But maybe going to use that as the second item. 0-2.
Lands 0-2. Now there's no Destiny available to reveal from the Shroud. That hook lands as well. Piercing Arrow as Kamulto locks the fate of 0-2, and First Blood goes to Control.
Really nice play by Control, and honestly, they're just rotating around the map better at the moment than Revenant. Revenant are just a little bit slow on the plays, and Control, they're just like, okay, we're just going to stay grouped in this game. We're just going to be able to rotate around the map and get the picks across the map. And now they have 2 towers already. And again, Revenant are just nowhere really. They're trying to take the Baron lane tower, but now with Calamaris and Komoto here, they're not going to be able to take it. And that's twice now. Oh, that's twice now that Control has been able to just utilize the rotations that they're doing so well as a team. And Revenant, they're a little bit all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, they haven't been able to find their start in this game, and 3,500 gold is the lead basically for Control. one thing I want to take note of is we don't see a lot of Twisted Fate, so I think the opportunities to talk about the weaknesses of the champion are pretty valid. He's a champion like Orianna that when he's playing in the solo lane, if he has no flash, he's very vulnerable. Kagu's held his flash on 2 engages from Arrogance and waited for the Cataclysm, and Arrogance has never thrown it in, which means he's never under the threat. That's a good hook that lands from Kamulta, but they don't go aggressive from it. And I just think that that's a really important thing, is like Kagu is playing this very, very composed, which is something that we don't always come to say. That's just an easy pickup. They get a kill onto Baige and Baige falls.
Yeah, I mean, Kagu's is just using Twisted Fate a little bit more defensively, I guess you could say. But now we're saying that aggressive.
Jax, no shroud allowed, because that's the destiny of 0-2 to go 0-2 in this game.
That's a good one. I enjoyed that one, Stress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a multi-layer one. There's a lot in that.
Honestly, I mean, this kind of counter pick really by Kagu is really paying off so far. Being able to, like you said, use that destiny to kind of reveal Akali. So Akali's shroud is one of the most annoying things I think I could say in Wild Rift. Just being able to turn invisible, just being able to dash around during team fights is really, really difficult to deal with. Unless you have Twisted Fate that could just use the ultimate every single time, even though the cooldown of the destiny is not that short, to be fair, and Shroud is going to be up more than often enough times to be able to use it multiple times. But when you do have the Destiny up and available, you could just use it. You don't actually need to teleport anywhere. You could just use it as more of a defensive tool. And that's what they're doing at the moment. And like you said, 0-2 at the moment is 0-2. And he's very struggling quite a lot. It's going to go for Death Cap as a first item, which you don't really see too much, as you don't really get that much value really from Death Cap as a first item. But right as it now, he's playing a bit more aggressive. I feel like Controller playing a little bit more aggressive as well, as it looks like it's just going to be a trade in objectives for now.
Yeah, they're playing towards the Dragon as Revenant are going to take out the Rift Herald, will fall. So, I mean, they haven't broken mid's house. That is one thing that Twisted Fate is not going to help them with at first, as Clamaris is going to back away after going in. So they're going to play for side lane inner towers before they ever play for mid tower, which is a tricky one to make work. But this is the thing: is this composition plays towards the Jax, and Jax is here. Gold card lands, Counter Strike is flag and dragged away from, and now Controller going to try and make a play through bottom lane. Clamara's pushing through top is going to be able to at least have presence there as Varus goes back to clear out the wave mid. This is where Control might slow down. This is a difficult point to break. If you can't dive Baige, it's basically about warding this area and avoiding hooks. Come on to double flay over the wall off the flash. Destiny used is going to allow Kagu to join the fight. They haven't broken the tower though, as Raidazito had to back away. Another hook from Kamulta. This time his Thresh is on point as the wild cards are going to take the last little bit of health. 0-2 is not able to play around this Twisted Fate. Wild cards again does damage. Can they finish off the kills as Kamulta is going to block? Flay comes forward, forces the flash out of Baige, and now it's Kagu with the gold card locked. Can't find any targets, but Control still edge out ahead in this fight. He's trying to get it before it expires. Again, the damage comes through. No tower taken from Control, but a fight still going in their favor.
I mentioned a little bit before the game that Komoto wasn't really hitting his hooks last series, but this game he's landing hooks all over the place. Really, really well played by Komoto. Kind of I'm not too sure if he meant it, but he actually predicted the dash by 0-2, which went back in. We're going to see the replay again. It is Control that are going to try and play aggressive, but the wave clear was there by Corki, and you can see they had to back off because they didn't have minions left. But you can see the hook here. I think he was trying to hook Arrogance, but he actually predicted, I guess in a way, the dash forward by 0-2, and he is gonna fall down as well. Now he's 0-3 now on this Akali, so the pick is definitely not working out, and this is just a back and forth messy exchange as we get into a bit of a ARAM state at the moment as Raidazito looks to try and make the play again. But you can see, like you said already, they're playing around this Twisted Fate Jax combo, just being able to land them long range gold cards, and then Jax could just follow up afterwards, because Jax could do a lot of damage if he can just get onto a target, and if they're rooted for a short duration. With the Twisted Fate building rapid fire cannon as a third item, that's just going to make things even easier now.
It absolutely will. I mean, mean, a name change is in order. Hook lands, of course, doesn't interrupt as it would do in PC, at least it used to, if you hook someone as they're utilizing Rift Heralds. But the counter-strike is going to just be enough to allow them to take out Rift Herald. Again, no charge from that Rift Herald as Twisted Fate is roaming down from the middle lane. Has Destiny available, so we'll be able to reveal Akali if she were to be in the fight, but isn't here. As she was down on the bottom side. So Control just play defensively around middle lane. They deny the play, and at this point now they can just kind of move back to the side lane and utilize this comp again.
Yeah, I mean, they have an over 6,000 goal lead already at 12 minutes into the game. And honestly, you'll just play, passive if you're on the side of Control. Just stay away from that Rift Herald, just being able to deny that away from Revenant. And Revenant are just not finding any
they're loading up
plays.
Destiny. Can't find the start of the fight they were looking for. And that's a red card. That is not what you're looking for. At least with a blue card, you can always be like, yeah, I totally wanted the extra damage. Red card, no one's like, I wanted the little slow and a little bit of AoE.
Was it Scar in PC League that he was
No,
memed
Reginald.
about? Oh, it was Reginald,
Reggie,
wasn't it?
the
I was
Reggie
trying to
blue
think.
card.
Scar was the ward, isn't it? Scar was
Yeah,
the one
Scar
over the
Ward uncasted in the Tri-Bush.
Me and Stress going back the years and
In
having a bit of memories. Yeah.
When Twisted Fate was... here's the tech. Here's the tech. This is 10-year-old tech, decade-old tech. The Messiah, when you play Twisted Fate, in PC, it builds Zhonya's on him anyway. But what you do is you TP in, hit stasis, they burn all their cooldowns on where you're about to appear, and the rest of your team just kill them. That's called a Messiah. We very rarely see it because everybody realizes what it is and how you play around it. But let's see if we get that.
I'm 1 year older now, Stress, so I can feel the ages kicking in. Anyway, back to Wild Rift. We're going to stop talking about PC League as I'm going to get really sad how PC League has turned into an absolute fiesta now, and Wild Rift is the game to go
Did you see our last series? Did you see Team Dark playing this game? Because it is night and day compared to like Controller playing for the side lanes really well. This is so composed. To give up 0 kills while playing a game where you're basically only playing for your side lanes on picks is really impressive.
And their gold lead is just getting bigger and bigger as well. We can see it's over a 7,000 gold lead now for Control, and they're just really playing this way. Again, a little bit more passive than what we're used to seeing, really. It isn't that sort of fiesta that we saw from the previous game. But like you said, it's just controlled, pun intended, in a way. And they're able to just close out not close out the game, but they're able to just play out this game really, really well. And the scary thing is, though, for Control, is that as this game gets later and later, all it really takes is one fight from Revenant, and then the tables can just be turned just like that. That's how crazy Wild Rift is as a game, is even though you can be in control of the entire game, and they have been for 15 minutes into this game, all it takes is one team fight for Revenant to come back into this game, and they'll be able to take Baron, they'll be able to take towers, and their gold lead will just shrink really, really heavily.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, this Corki, although it's 0 and 1, it's 3 items, and these are 3 pretty strong items as Kaku has to deal with Arrogance being there. Kamalta's on the roam. Ooh, didn't check the bush, so they don't know exactly where Arrogance is. I think he may very well have crossed the crab, though, and that vision would have revealed him before. So, I mean, you're totally right. This lead could evaporate quite quickly at any point. One thing I will notice, that's 3 items of Corki with no boots or boot enchant. So Baige, if he's not got the package, is actually quite susceptible to getting caught out by a gold card, by a counter-strike, something like that, if they can find that to lock. And if there's no Corki, then I think the actual threat in team fights is a whole lot lower.
Yeah, I think that's what you kind of have to look at really in these fights, is going to be Kagu with these gold cards to see who we can pick off as if we even get a team fight, because it looks like Controller just playing a 1v1 scenario where they're just leaving Kamlaris down in the Dura lane, and then when it goes up to the Baron lane as well, it's either going to be Ryder Zita or Kagu up there as well. As you can see, the jungle difference at the moment is absolutely huge, which is pretty much most of the gold lead, to be fair, for the side of Control. 3 items now for this Jax as May.
Oh, the long-range gold card hits it with the rapid fire cannon. Kamalta's going to whip the chain back and forth and whip down at the kill. I think Arrogance even showed in bottom lane. So that means it's an easy Baron start right now. It's at least going to force Revenant to react. And remember, Destiny is available. Kamalta's the one tanking this up, and he's just going to say, okay, I'll take this. Destiny comes out. They know exactly where they are. Chains of Corruption don't quite land in the way that they were looking for. Arrogance is going to get taken out. Oh, he's stolen it! No way is because he's stolen the Baron from that. That should have been so simple. They knew where he was. The damage onto the Baron was just low enough, but it doesn't look like Revenant are going to get anybody out of this alive. They're going to try and desperately get Akage out, but Akage just needs to back away from this. He can't be in a position where he's going to drop. They could really utilize that Baron buff minions, and they will get out with one member alive. Control had played this game so well up until this point, but that is a pretty unforgivable mistake.
They just all stopped attacking the Baron. You can see it's 2,000, and Ryder Zito is in the pit, but he's just by himself. And Arrogance is just able to Cataclysm. He's able to smite, but like you said, unfortunately for Revenant, they're not able to get anyone out just because they're so far behind. But that delays Control now. I don't think Control are really going to be able to do anything with the advantage of them getting all of the kills, but with the Elder Dragon coming up, this is where Control have to try and look at it. Now, I've got to feel a little bit worried for Control, even though they've been really playing well throughout this entire game. They're now nearly over 10,000 gold lead now, so it's gone from 6,000, 7,000 now up to 10,000. So they've been increasing the gold lead ever so slightly throughout this game, but all it takes is one smite steal again, one more smite steal by Arrogance to steal away the Elder Dragon. And if they don't win the team fight Control after this Elder Dragon fight, then honestly, it could get scary for Control as well.
This game has been so clean. I'm so sad. That was as simple as either stick the Baron or peel off the Baron. Do one of the two. Don't try and do both, because that is when the steal opens up. As you said, it was 2k health. 2k health means Arrogance can never get in to do enough damage to smite it down. It's just high enough, and then Ryder Zito's the one just like adds 2 more autos to it and allows Arrogance to steal. That's a shame, because I felt like this was one of those games, one of those examples where you're like, Control can just keep edging ahead. They're playing very smart still. Like Kagu has been hovering topside, waiting to see if anybody pushes, because of course Kagu has like the teleport built into his kit, utilizing Destiny. So he's kind of like de-pushing top slowly without showing too much, because it means that the Revenant can't commit to the Elder. Now they're going to see that he's top lane, and that means that Revenant will know that they have the window to enter the river. But still, they've got to be careful that doesn't get pushed down on top side. They're actually going to start this up. That's going to reset. You have to at least be in the pit.
I don't know if this is a correct play really for Revenant.
I don't think so.
They're losing so much. They're using mid wave, they're losing Baron wave, and they could actually just 50-50 this.
As Wukong goes in, Clemens plus the Chains of Corruption is going to deal damage. They haven't brought Kagu over to the fight, though. They haven't utilized it, as Ryder Zito is going to get dropped into his Guardian Angel. Clemara is on the hunt as Akage and Mei are very low, but that inhibitor is already under threat from this Twisted Fate. Double kill for Josh, and it's going to be the inhib going down. It's opened up the base already, and I think he might just be able to get it. Destiny available for Kagu, so we can see exactly where everybody is if he wants to use it. Doesn't even need it. Lich Bane locked, loaded, and looking to take game 1 for Control. Gold card is there. That's not going to help you with the Nexus, but Kagu has bought enough time with the inhibitor going down that Control can regroup through top lane and look to close this one out.
Yeah, I think they're going to close this out as well. 20-second death card timers across the board. It's a Kage against pretty much the whole of Control. Destiny comes down as well, and this will be the first game closing out from Control.
And you know what? There was a small road bump of a Baron steal, but from the moment Control made that first play, I feel like Control were the leading team and held it really well. Like I'm impressed by how well they played most of the side lane plays in this game.
Like, it's completely different to what we saw in the first series, where the first series was just like team fight, team fight, team fight. This game, it was just a more slow-paced game, but it was very, very well thought by Control. I have to say, they were playing the sideways very, very well, and the side lanes very well. They got the early advantage with the 2 towers, with the objectives as well, and then they just looked to just rotate around the map, and they were able to make these plays across the map. You could see that pretty much all of these replays are just Revenant getting caught off guard and Control being able to rotate around the map and make the plays. And even though it was only like 4 kills at like 10 minutes in the game, they still had like a 6,000 goal lead, which just shows that they were just playing the sideways better. They had the experience lead, they had the goal lead as well. And when you have control of the map, you can make plays like Komoto made there, where Mei and Revenant have to check the Baron pit. And even though this was kind of a little hiccup, really, the Baron overall is still a great performance.
Yeah, overall, I think we can say that there's a lot of positives to take for Control. One of them, Komoto's Thresh, We saw high priority on it in yesterday's series, but this game, like, he's on fire. Every play either started by or basically finished by Komoto's crowd control and ability to kind of get these fights going.
Yeah, and in the last team fight here, they were just able to easily close out the victory, even in the 4 versus 5 situation. I think the gold lead, they're just way too far ahead. With Clomaris as well, with this tanky Wukong build, landed a 5-man knock-up into the backline as well. And when you have champions like Jax that can jump in as well, Varus can just stay in the backline, use all the poke, and as you can see, they were able to close out the victory. And it was, like you said, a very, very good victory by Control. I was impressed by them yesterday, and I'm even more impressed by them after this first game.
Hold on a minute. Look at the level difference between the jungle. How did Arrogance get a steal when the game ended a few minutes later, 3 levels different? I don't know what it was at the time of that Smite steal, but that shouldn't happen.
That's pretty crazy, but I think that's to do with kind of the XP changes as well. As you can see, Arrogance didn't have a fun time. They prioritized this Jarvan, but honestly, the Jarvan just couldn't really do too much in the early game, because most of the time you see Jarvan as kind of this early game champion where you can use a flag and drag to get around the map to try and make these early gank plays. As you can see by the gold lead, it's just a steady gold lead by Control throughout the whole of this game. And yeah, the priority on Jarvan didn't really work out. We kind of said in the draft, Jarvan hasn't really been a high priority really in the WREC. And it kind of shows there that it can struggle quite a lot, especially against these champions that have so many dashes and so many ways to escape as well. And even if you are trapped in the Cataclysm, you still have that Thresh lantern to get away to safety.
Yeah, I think Komoto on the Thresh did a ton of work to kind of keep his team safe, deny a lot of the Jarvan engages that we saw. And it just meant that the Arrogance couldn't actually find any real plays. Whereas yesterday or the day before when we saw the Jarvan, I was like, okay, when they can make plays, it looks pretty good. The Jarvan is actually kind of working for them. But in a game where they can't go aggressive, well, now we've seen the fall off of Jarvan and why we don't see him too much in the meta. We'll have to take a look at the second game of the series and see whether they can actually change the draft up. But first, before we head off, we've got to look at the play of the game and see, I mean, if I was doing play of the game solely, I would probably just pick a really boring play where they push on the side lane and get a kill in the early game. But it's going to be the Elder Dragon fight.
Yeah, the flank here by Clomaris, you can see 5-man knock up into the backline. You have the Chains of Corruption on top of that. And even though they're all stuck in the Cataclysm, and this is actually a 4 versus 5 fight as well for Control, because this whole time Kagu was able to push up in the Baron lane. And yeah, it just shows you how far ahead they were. Look at that, like 14,000 goal lead at this point of the game. Just when you're so far ahead, you can just make these plays. You can make these risky, split push plays. And I think that's kind of what they wanted to do throughout this whole game. They wanted to use the Jax for the side lane, use the Twisted Fate for the side lane as well. And they did that really, really effectively.
That is the play that feels good on Varus, where you snipe the Akali as she's dashing towards you. That's always so satisfying. That was a satisfying game in general, actually. I really enjoyed that one from Control. Very impressive performance in their first win of the series. We'll see if they can close this out 2-0 or whether Revenant will bounce back when we come back from break in a few minutes' time.
I breathe fire, your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. Lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. You ready?
Welcome back to WREC Last Chance Playoffs, where it is last chance for Revenant if they want to come back in this series. It is a 1-0 lead for Control. We're in the lower bracket, and that means they have to win on the side of Revenant if they want to stay in the tournament. Loser goes home, and honestly, don't know when we'll see them again. That sounds really kind of final, but it is final. That's why it's called the Last Chance Qualifiers. Anyway, let's do it. Really solid game out of Control in that first game. What was your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, 100%. It was a really, really interesting game by Control. You can see the change in the roster there. Clomaris is playing in the Baron lane, who I think is who's actually the coach for Control. So the coach coming in to help out Control, and honestly did really, really well on the Wukong in the end. Again, went for this tank Wukong build, which, as I mentioned, is quite a strong build at the moment, and doing really, really well, especially in the last team fight as well. Was able to do quite a lot in the last team fight around that Elder Dragon, and was able to close out the game. But like you said, really, really strong performance by Control in that first game.
Yeah, very good. Very well played on the sideline. They had a lot of strengths there. And to hear a little bit more about that first game, let's over to wow, English is hard today. Let's head over to Carmeline for her key points of the game.
It's Card here. I'm pleased to know that they've got some key points for you guys for this game, and well, this could be the last game of the series, so let's keep an eye on it. First things that we want to talk about is Scissors Fate. Nothing else to be said. Finally appeared on our WREC last year's qualifier. We hadn't seen it before, and I'm so glad that it finally made an appearance, because it means that we're getting things from all the regions and finally acknowledging all the types of gameplay. So I want to see more of this. Now, moving on, we need to talk about Control's amazing performance in the last game. It was just so dominant, so consistent. They really need to see more of it in this second game. But please give 0-2 a little bit of breathing space. Like, this game was just not good for him. He would 0-6, 0-7, I can't even remember, but it was so bad. He wasn't given a second to play the way he wanted. So come on, let's make this second game a little more even and more spectacular for our viewers and for ourselves. So that's been it. Back to the casters. Health, Steward, and Stress. Oh my gosh, Health, go home. Bye.
I'll take it as a compliment. I'm not as handsome as Hells, so I'll definitely take that as a compliment. I know Hells is in chat, so he'll get a kick out of that. Okay, so what is going to happen in the second draft? We don't know yet, but I'm glad that we kind of had. I'm glad we had a move towards some new stuff. There's still a lot of the same picks coming up. I think the Twisted Fate's nice, but I don't think that that's a specific thing from the 3.1 meta. We saw a lot of teams in other regions playing it before 3.1. So I'm just interested to see what Control have for us now in the second game.
Maybe they'll try something new. We saw in the last series that they picked up Tristana as that traditional AD carry. And if there's one thing I want for this very special day for me, I just want a traditional AD carry. Give me an AD carry. Give me something that I could be excited about, because seeing Corki all the time, I mean, it's interesting that teams are still prioritizing Corki, especially after the Solari Charge Blade changes as well. It's not really an item that you really want to go second on Corki after Manamune, because you don't get that extra 25% crit anymore. Even though the damage has been increased and you can now crit with the extra damage from Solari Charge Blade. Like I said, it's still interesting that teams are just picking up Corki, but I think it's just because of how strong he is at level 5 and just how strong he is when, you know, the first Dragons comes out for the package.
I don't think it's first pick worthy though. I'm just going to say that. Like, first pick Corki is not what I'm looking for from this draft on the side of Revenant. So Revenant are going to be blue side for our second game of the series. We'll see whether they make a change. I think you have to ban Komoto's Thresh, actually. I genuinely think you have to ban it. Like, they high prioritize it to the point where it is first pick on red side for them, so it's clearly a high impact pick. It just had a lot of impact, so get rid of it. Don't let him play it.
Yeah, they had the same yesterday as well, so it'd be interesting to see if Revenant are going to switch up the bans at all. It's going to be the Rakan ban first up before Revenant, so just taking that away, because Rakan is still, Rakan's still quite a strong champion.
It is a strong champion, but you just saw him smash you with Thresh. So, like, yeah, I mean, maybe Control would ban Rakan is the thing. That's why I'm like, Rakan is red side bannable for sure.
The thing is, though, with, like I mentioned in the previous draft, Mei hasn't really been playing these, crazy aggressive champions like Rakan, like Thresh. Mei's been playing more of these enchanters. So I think you just have to deny it away from Komoto, because we've seen Komoto play it. We've seen Komoto play Thresh as well, and there you go. The double ban supports, and I think that's completely fair from Revenant. Just denying that champion pool for Komoto. Maybe we'll see him fall back on the likes of Galio, maybe, Alistar, anything like that as well. But yeah, when you have a support like Mei that doesn't really favor these aggressive, engaged supports and likes to play more enchanters, I feel like that's what you have to do, because if you leave one of them supports open for the side of Control, Komoto's just going to take it away.
Yeah, Komoto's Galio is pretty good. That was that game where we kept seeing him get like 4-man taunts, that kind of thing, that I thought was a very good look for Control. Now we head to the last bans of the round as Revenant. They've banned 2 supports, Controller banned 2 jungles. Kind of shows you exactly where Control think is a strong point. Arrogance struggled on the Jarvan. It's going to be Ziggs banned away, so Gragas may be getting through for the first time maybe all weekend. Part of me feels like Gragas has been banned out in like every single game.
I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you're correct with that statement. I think he might have been banned throughout the whole weekend. Interesting enough, Control are banning away Varus, so maybe not prioritizing that for this game, and maybe don't want Revenant to maybe first pick it away from them. But yeah, Gragas is open, Furio's open again if they want to. If the team want to pick that up.
Corki's up if open. They want to, considering that they've with Ziggs banned and Varus banned, that Camille is obviously a higher priority. Camille is up, Fiora's up, Gragas up, Jace is up, Set's up, like a lot of big picks up for both teams to pick up. And now Control, there's the Gragas. We were kind of anticipating it. Red side is the strongest position for Gragas because that's a 4-role flex currently. There's something to be said for like whether it goes jungle, how that can perform, considering there were a lot of jungle changes. I know that Gragas should have made his way through without being particularly harmed by a lot of those changes. But the Olaf is going to get picked up. Will this be paired with a Lulu? That's normally where we look for here, because you have to imagine Control will ban it, knowing that Mei is an enchanter support anyway.
Yeah, honestly, I would be surprised if they're going to pick Lulu here as well, to be honest with you. And there you go. There's the Lulu. There's the enchanter support for Mei. So honestly, Revenant have a really strong comp at the moment. They got the Camille for the lockdown. They got the Lulu Olaf combo at the same time. And now if you're the side of Control, you just need more disengage. You just need as much real disengage as possible, to be fair. It's going to be Graves, though. So it might be Graves in the jungle, might be Graves in the Baron lane. A lot of flexibility for the side of Control. They do have that Corki, which most likely will go down in that dual lane. But so far so good for Revenant in this draft. I like the look of Revenant's draft so far.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to go. I wonder whether they'll continue to ban supports here, because as you said, they need to ban out some of the disengage. Now, disengage supports that remain are like Janna, Nami, Braum. None of them do amazingly well at stopping Olaf, just from the nature of him avoiding crowd control with his Ragnarok. So we kind of have to look at where they're going to go with that. I guess Galio doesn't necessarily disengage, but you can land a taunt to kind of peel rather than disengage. I mean, Control have two junglers that are better than Jarvan already drafted. I don't know that Jarvan is necessary.
Maybe they just ban it away from Arrogance. Just like, yeah, Arrogance, you're not going to pick it this game. And they ban it away from his whole team.
Jarvan is one of the champions that completely screws up Olaf. You just put him in the cage. Put him in the baby cage. And just say, no, you're not running out of this one.
I mean, honestly, and it still might be Control that still have a jungler left to pick, because, you know, it could be Gragas mid, it could be Graves Baron lane. So it is a fair ban, to be fair, because it is kind of that lockdown, like you said, that can deny Olaf, because even though he can't get crowd control, he can't walk through walls. He isn't that crazy when he's when he's using his ultimate. So it's going to be the Dino and the Kali being banned away from Control, so just denying away some of the magic damage away from Revenant, and Yasuo being banned away as well, which is quite an interesting one. So some interesting bans for Revenant, and now I feel like you just pick support here for Control. What do you pick? Maybe Galio, as you mentioned. Komodo has been playing Galio before, but it's kind of fallen out the meta, really. We haven't really seen too much Galio. We did get a change to his ultimate. His base damage went down. It's going to be Nami instead for Komodo. I think this might be the first time we've seen Komodo play Nami, if I'm not mistaken. Honestly, the first time even I've seen Komodo play Nami, because when I even played with Komodo last year, I don't think he played Nami at all. I was kind of expecting Braum here. He's played Braum a few times, but like you said, isn't really that effective against Olaf. And to be honest, most champions are not really that effective against Olaf. And instead, it's going to be
protecting
Revenant.
the Olaf comp. We're protecting the Olaf from here. Unless they bring a scaling carry here. This could be like a Morgana bot lane as well. Like a double mage, everything. Oh, you're getting, on your birthday, you're getting a Kai'Sa. So that'll do. There's a scaling carry that also now provides a second threat here. But with Lulu and Galio shielding whoever is the primary carry in these fights, that gives Revenant a lot of options to actually team fight. And I think Control may need to continue to avoid fights and pick up a side lane split push threat potentially with the likes of like a Fiora, a Jax, something like that. Oh, they're going to opt into the team fight. I don't know whether I like that.
Yeah, it's going to be, Darius has said, I would have liked to see Graves in the top lane, to be fair, just go whole breaker and just split push, because like you said, it's going to be really hard for Control to team fight when you have a Galio, the Galio Camille combo, when you have the Olaf running on top of you as well, even Kai'Sa that could jump onto the back line. It's really, really scary, and I honestly really like Revenant's team comp. I think it's going to be mid lane Galio as well, which I was explaining quickly, but basically his ultimate has been changed ever so slightly. His base damage got reduced, but his AP scales actually got increased from the ultimate, so that's why you're most likely going to be seeing more mid lane Galio, not a lot of support Galio, because the base damage is not really there. You can't really go full tank Galio, so a little bit of AP damage, not really a lot of consistent AP damage really on the side of Revenant, so there's going to be a lot of armor being built, I feel like, for the side of Control. But yeah, two very, very different team comps of what we saw in game number one, and I feel like this game is going to play out a lot differently to the first one.
Is it going to be maybe Doom's AP Kai'Sa that I see in tweets from time to time? I doubt it. It's just going to be regular Kai'Sa. But nevertheless, we might see some extra magic damage come out there. Interesting draft. I kind of agree with you. I like what Revenant have brought to the table here. It's got a very, very clear idea of what they want to do. And I think that's where Revenant have looked the best. One aspect that I think they might struggle with is actually getting fights started if Akage is not going very aggressive on the Camille. You basically have to rely on Camille to get this fight going, whereas Control side of things, they have the Nami, they have the Gragas to disengage from it. So maybe there's an opportunity to play around that, as Revenant are on their last life of the tournament. 0-1 down, they're going to need to come back and even up this series if they want to stay in the lower bracket, whereas Control just need one win to advance for a showdown in the next round to try and advance to Barcelona.
So 92% Twitch chat. They want control to win this game. they got some control fans in the Twitch chat today. Not a lot of Revenant fans, unfortunately. But yeah, it's going to be Galio mid lane. It does have the aftershock, but most likely will be running a full AP Galio because they need a little bit of AP damage already, trying to trade early on against the Gragas. Interesting enough, Akagi has gone for Grasping Undying in the Baron lane for Camille. You don't really see this too much. You normally see Fleet Footwork just so she can stay in lane for longer, or even Conqueror to get that damage output. But this makes me feel like it's going to be like a Divine Thunderer tank Akali, but wow,
by the Echo Prism. Baige was trying desperately to hit level 2 and overextended, got caught and forced to lose all of his health. Didn't actually use any summoners though.
Yeah, didn't use any summoners, but that's a really, really low AD carry already. You can see half health now, and it's going to be Jash and Komoto that are going to be able to push out that dragon lane and have control of that dragon lane as well, which means they can try and rotate. They can try and go into maybe the Rift Scuttlers, try and get double Rift Scuttler if they really want to. Talking about Rift Scuttlers, it looks like both the teams are going to be trying to get the top lane one, but Arrogance is level 4.
Yeah, Raiders is only level 3. We'll have Kamaris here as Raiders to force the flash out. Akagi tries to go in, can't quite convert the kill. That's a good apprehend to keep him alive, but now it's first blood. It was the ticking down. Akagi used that ignite, managed to get it, and Arrogance flashes out and can take the crab now for themselves. So Control falling behind on that first play. It's actually Revenant that take first blood.
Arrogance did a 4 jungle clear, 4 camp jungle clear, and Ryder Zito only did a 3 jungle camp clear, and that was the difference between level 3 and level 4 for Arrogance. And now they're going to look to try and take the double Scott as well. Look at this, level 5 for Arrogance and only level 3 for Ryder Zito.
Yeah, has that Ragnarok is now he's running towards Kagu. Kagu tries to body slam his way out of this one. Ryder Zito still only level 3, hasn't been able to get any experiences. He's come back immediately into the fight. This time Jash is here as Komoto. Flash bubble actually does land. May was on the very corner of that as now Komoto with no escape. Can't get out. Oh, no way is Arrogance getting out of that. Jash says definitely not as Baige is. Ooh, double knockback from Kagu. They can't quite get the damage to stick though. Does get the kill finally from Kagu's ignite. All that meanwhile, Akagi has been pushing through the top lane. Now level 6 on his own. Will get this first plate. Nope, not going to overcommit to it. They'll back themselves away. 2 kills for each side, but it's a gold lead of 1,000 gold over to Revenant.
You know what the crazy thing is about all of that? Rift Scuttler didn't even die. There was a whole fight over Rift Scuttler and it didn't even die. But we're going to look back at it. Komoto, the exhaust from Jash was really good to kind of save Komoto in the end. It looks like Baige was trying so hard to auto-attack Komoto so he could use the ultimate. He used the Kai'Sa ultimate, the Killer Instinct, but instead had to use it defensively, tried to flash away. But with Jash having flashed as well, he was able to flash forward and take up the kill. But like I said, 2 kills apiece at the moment. I have to, kind of have a look at the Baron lane. There's already a 1,000 goal lead for Akagi, and I think Akagi has been performing really, really well. I mean, yesterday as well, solo killed Millip a few times, which even though Millip didn't have the best performance, but yeah, Kagu is just dead.
Yeah, Kagu just dead from that Galio Olaf combination, and that's scary that this Olaf now has 2 kills because Olaf can be that primary carry that we were expecting. Has that Lulu, has the Galio to buy him some time as well. Now all they need is Akagi, who has a lead already to start fights, and I think Control are in a very dire situation.
Yeah, they're struggling already in this situation. I think it's just going to get even worse for Control as this game plays out with Akagi, with the Hextech Ultimatum into the Grand Entrance as well for 0-2, and especially because that AP damage has got buffed as well. If you're going to go full AP Galio, that combo just got even stronger as well. The Grand Entrance from Galio just did that little bit of extra damage, but yeah, across the board at the moment, Ryder Zito not having a fun time on this Graves jungle pick at the moment. It's currently a level down, and also there's a level down as well for Akagi in the Baron lane, and with the changes to the experience as well, a little bit of a change in patch 3.1 where if you do get ahead, you don't really get punished as much when you're ahead. You get punished a lot more if you fall behind, and that's really not what Control want in this game. They don't want to fall too far behind, because if they do, then the level lead and the extra experience that Revenant are going to be able to get, as we say that Clamaris, wow, this is a tough situation to be in.
The wave is pretty far away, though, so Akagi has to overextend into it as the Rift Herald is going to get spawned. Clamaris tries to get the kill from it, can't quite get it as they juggle the aggro, juggle the damage, and get the first turret from the Rift Herald. So they're able to hold on as mid lane. Oh, that's an aggressive play out of Jash. Control kind of falling apart at this point as they're going to be able to back away. How did Jash and Komoto get away from that? 0-2 did not opt into the fight despite having barrier. I think this game is very rapidly coming up apart at the seams for controllers. Revenant now 4k gold in the lead with a composition that scales very well for these team fights.
Yeah, it's looking really, really scary for Control now. Somehow no one died in the mid lane. I'll be totally honest, I don't know how that happened. Jash used the package forward. Baige survived on 1 HP. Komoto survived on 1 HP, but they were able to escape anyway. And yeah, you can see the tower dive again. Just really, really well played by Revenant, able to use the Hextech Ultimatum to juggle the tower aggro, and then with the Lulu ultimate on top of the shields was able to survive here. Somehow Baige survived. I honestly have no idea. So many shields, the barrier on top of the kill instinct. So look, it's just one auto attack away, and the same with Komoto as well. And the Q actually missed from 0-2. Honestly, the Q landed on Komoto, might have been able to pick up the kill, but yeah, you can see gold leads across the board. Baron lane 1,500 gold lead. Jungle is about a 1,600 gold lead. It's looking really, really tough. I mean, Jash does have a little bit of a gold lead on Baige, but that's nothing compared to the rest of the map at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a draft diff on this game because I feel like Revenant's comp was so clear. And they've played this early game so well that this Darius is the final piece of the puzzle, just opts into teamfights. Like, Darius wants to teamfight, and so do Revenant. So if they can get a pick here, maybe the Control can turn it back around because 0-2 is pushed up. Not having the most amazing series as Darius is going to get the kill. That's a big first pick in that top side for Control. Darius now gets his first kill of the game as Arrogance. That explosive cask is going to try and cut the wave, but there's still a cannon minion there, and that means these picks are going to just rip through that turret. Turrets traded 1 for 1, but it's 3 turrets overall for Revenant in the game so far.
Kagu had to flash there as well to get away, and Arrogance is... Oh, okay, Arrogance had to flash away as well. This is a lot scrappier of a game as what we saw in the first one, not as thought out and not as clean really as the first game, but they can't even get mid-lane tower.
Goes in, they caught right as Zito with the Hextech Ultimatum, and that's how you're going to take out your opponents very swiftly once that Camille goes in. That's what they need to keep doing.
Revenant just being more proactive this game. This is the Revenant that I wanted to see really from the first game. Revenant were just way too passive in the first game. It just allowed Control to move around the map and able to take the small advantages that they got in the early game. But now it's Revenant the ones that are looking to rotate around the map, take the early objectives. They took the first Rift Herald. They were able to take the first tower. They have all 3 out. Not for all 3 outer towers. They have 3 towers taken down, 2 in the Baron lane and 1 down in the duo lane. And Control tried so hard to get a mid lane tower, but they overextended. You can see the combo. If you got a Kage jumping in using that Hextech Ultimatum, you can follow up really, really easily with Olaf, with the Killer Instinct, with Grand Entrance if you really want to as well. And yeah, like I said, I think this game is going to get from bad to worse from Control if they don't find a way to get back into this game.
Komoto's picked up his lockets of trying to just hold through some of the damage in these early parts of the team fights, and if you can somehow get Arrogance out of the fight, maybe you can take it. But Steric's already built on top of that Trinity Force is a pretty strong point for this Olaf to be at individually, and then you pair in the fact that there's a Lulu on top of it, makes it pretty easy for him to stay alive. Oh, right as it's dashed over the wall, doesn't have splash available. That's a one-way trip. Couldn't get the steal off. Tidal Wave thrown into the mix as well as Kagu is trying to put damage down onto 0-2, but Jash is already low, forced back out of the fight as Arrogance throws the axe over the wall. It was a trade onto Baige though, so 1 for 1 as 130 health remains on this mid lane tower, and Control can't quite get it, but they're looking for Arrogance. He's used a lot of his abilities to stay alive, and Arrogance is out of the fight. I think Control should be able to get this mid tower from here. Ooh, Kagu's gonna go in, caught by the Hextech Ultimatum. Turret has fallen though, so no defensive structure there. Finally they get the kill for that Galio, but 0-2 and the rest of Revenant have overextended throughout that fight. All 5 members of Revenant fell.
Wow, that was a little bit interesting. I think Revenant didn't really need to defend that mid lane tower. I think when it's like 100 health already, you know it's going to go down. You know you're in a disadvantage anyway. It was a 4 versus 3, if I'm not mistaken, because Arrogance here got completely caught out. And when you're caught out as well, really nice apprehend there by Clamaris, able to get the reset on his ultimate. But after this,
you
just
guys
back
sack
off.
it here,
yeah,
right?
There's just no need to overextend here. You can see that all of them are half HP as well. Kage actually, jumps back in, apprehend again by Clamaris. So you can see the damage from Jash is there. Has the man immune already. Is going for the Storm Razors. It is going for this crit build, and they're looking to try and get mid lane tower again with this Rift Hold, but they're not going to be able to get it. They did the exact same last game as well.
Yeah, 95 health on it, so it will go down eventually. But Kagu is hunting here as 0-2. That ultimate is available for the heroic entrance. But now it's Control rushing towards mid. They got to be careful they don't overextend here, because this fight would be on an even setting and they actually back themselves away. So they're going to try and opt for an engage here. I mean, if you Control, you know that mid lane tower is going to fall. At any moment, somebody can run up and take it. So now they have to kind of like play away from it or commit everything into defending it and just hope they don't lose much on the side lane, right?
Oh, look, I mean, there you go. Akage's just going to go in anyway and take it.
Easy enough.
That's how it's done. When it's that low on health, you can just go into the mid lane and take that mid lane tower. And interesting enough, I want to mention the builds very, very quickly. Komoto has gone for Hextech Mega Drive, which got a very interesting change. It was kind of, they called it really a bug fix in a way, quote unquote. But now basically with Hextech Mega Drive, if you land crowd control on multiple units or multiple enemies, the cooldown gets lowered of your active ability. Before, it would only work for one champion, but now if you land multiple, land your crowd control on multiple enemies, the cooldown of your active item will get lowered. So that's why he's gone for the Locket this game, I feel like, because he wants to get the Locket proc as many times as possible. So yeah, really, really interesting item. We haven't really seen it too much. Sometimes it gets picked on Rakan because it's really easy to just use a quickness, use a knock-up. Yeah, interesting enough, you can use it on Nami because the bubble and the wave work out really, really well.
Yeah, it's going to ask what the cooldown on the Sega Mega Drive is, but 0-2, he's going to have to cool down for 35 seconds. He's down in the fountain as Control are going to move towards the top side of the map. Oh, apprehend, this is starting to go badly for Revenant. Komoto lands the knock-up. That's the Wild Growth used on the Camille, so that's not going to be available for a team fight. And Arrogance is now maybe caught, is playing with fire a little bit, heading towards the rest of Control, but Controlling in a back way. Don't get much more than just that one kill.
I think this is a game where it's like, this is not how you play when you're ahead, because Revenant have not done well at all. They're getting caught out across the map. They're getting picked off as well. And look, now the gold lead is nearly in Control's favor from such an early game gold lead, and Revenant played so well in the early game to get that gold lead. And all it took was just a few mistakes from Revenant, and now Control were pretty much back into the game, to be fair. Even though I feel like the scaling is there from Revenant, you know, they still have the Lulu Olaf, they still have the Camille, they still have Kaiser as well, that's going to scale really, really well into the late game. But yeah, this is not clean at all from Revenant, and now it's kind of an even game, really. And now with Control having 2 dragons, they're going to look to try and pick up the 3rd dragon as well. When this Elder Dragon does come up eventually, after a few minutes after the Infernal Dragon does get taken down, you're going to be kind of worried now if you're on the side of Revenant.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we came out of the first, 8 minutes of this game thinking, all right, Revenant have probably got this game. Like, they're so far ahead that they're going to be able to just walk it through in these team fights. And it was all reliant on Akage actually starting off fights. Now, Arrogance is going to take a little bit of damage as he's forced back away from this. But, Akage hasn't been able to get fights, partly because Control have denied them fairly well, but also they just haven't been active. And I think that's part of the problem that I've seen with Revenant, is when they're not active, they just don't really contest anything, and they kind of just get taken out. Akage is trying to find an angle into this fight, but Arrogance is going to run in through the front door, up through the top side of River. Bubble doesn't quite land, and we're looking at the bottom side of the fight as Clamaris has found one. It's the dragon going over to Control, as Clamaris is somehow still alive from that. The package is going to do the damage. Doesn't even matter about the stasis. Now it's over to Arrogance, though. If this Olaf can end the fight, maybe there's a world in which Revenant can hold on through this, but Arrogance has already dropped low, and Jash from afar is going to be able to take out the Olaf. It's going to be the ace. Triple kill already for Control, and they have stolen this game back.
Honestly, I honestly don't know what Revenant are doing. I'll be totally honest with you. They've got this perfect team fight comp. They want to group together, but every single time you see Revenant, they're just completely split. Olaf was trying to take the dragon with Lulu. Then you got 3 members of Revenant who were on the bot side. As we go to the replay as well, you see Arrogance is trying to steal the dragon, but what Arrogance is still trying to steal the dragon, Akage is getting completely caught in the bot side of the map. You can see that Smite still was there in the end, but look, the fight's split. This is not what you want if you're Revenant. You've got Camille, you've got Galio, you've got Kaiser as well. You want to be grouped, especially with this Lulu Olaf, and that's just not what they're doing at the moment. They're completely split, and Control are just like, okay, we're going to group as 5. We're just going to catch out members for Revenant across the map, and that's what they've done this game. They've just been able to caught out members of Revenant off guard. They've not been able to, Revenant have not been able to take advantage of this early goal lead that they have, and now it's Control. They're in full swing.
And I mean this in the nicest way to Dragon Lane carries. This kind of comp is the F the Dragon Lane in fights and all in on Olaf. And just say every shield, every heal, every engage at this point goes to Olaf. And Kaiser, you'll get there, and we'll use it on you eventually. But they've used like the Galio ult split in fights. Like May and Arrogance are on the same page, and the rest of Revenant are on a different page. where everything's going towards the Kaiser, and I'm like, you just all in it on the Olaf. He got a triple kill in that fight. Now, once again, this is Akage getting the Galio ultimate to start this fight out, and now that's the first kill going over. Arrogance is dead because nobody is there to keep him alive. Control are trying to output as much damage as they can. Jash is just going to walk through this fight, but takes a lot of damage on the back end. There's the Guardian Angel proc. Clamaras is going to try and get the execute, doesn't get it. There's the kill. Stasis forced out. 0-2 has managed to survive as Komoto is going to keep Jash alive for a moment longer, and that's in least enough damage. There's no Baron on the table for either team. That went better for Revenant, but still, it's not these clean team fights that you expect to see with this composition.
It was a lot better by Revenant. They used Engage from Akage, used 0-2's ultimate on top of that as well, and then Olaf was able to just running by himself. You can see that it started off with Arrogance getting a little bit caught out here, but as the team fight, as the play played out, it was Control that were trying to kind of catch out, I guess, Revenant in a way. You can see they're trying to posture around, and Ryder Zito just overextended a little bit too far, and you can see what happens here. You can see the Camille ultimate on top of the Galio ultimate, and Arrogance jumping in as well was a little bit too far, to be honest. It did get caught out, but after this, it was a good explosive cast by Kagu, but Kagu was just completely split up from the rest of the team, just trying his best to try and go forward and try and get as many kills as he can, but all the shielding, all the healing for Revenant were able to pick up the rest of this team fight, and Komoto couldn't really do too much on the Nami, unfortunately, and was Revenant that came out on top. But like you said, it's still not clean at all. I mean, it still could be anyone's game, even though Revenant do still have their goal lead. But I feel like if Revenant just group up as 5, if they just take it slowly, try and find the engage on one member of Control, they'll be able to easily clean up the rest of these fights.
And Jash is monstrously far ahead. Like this like setting for Jash to be in means that like Control are in a good position from here. I mean, Corky's just going to keep getting stronger and stronger. So is Kaiser. So we do have to still look at what Baige can do here. I wonder, is this the point where they stop all-inning all of the defensive utility on Arrogance and move it to Baige? Because you want to use it basically all on one. And just keep at least your primary carry alive. Or Akage trying to go in.
Yeah, the thing is that Arrogance has gone like full tank as well. Gone Spirit Visage, obviously, just to get as much, magic resistance as possible, but 0-2's caught out. But
yeah, they're trying to burn down the dragon at the same time. They peel off, and Jash is actually caught a little bit, forced to flash away from this one. And oh, that's grouping up is going to be huge with the explosive cask, but they managed to take out the Lulu at the same time. Clamaris is not in this fight as Jash kiting back. Akage tries to find the kill. Akage, does he get it? I believe that's Akage. Yes, took out Jash to start this fight off, and Komoto and Kagu are the only 2 alive as Akage surely can clean this fight up from here. Komoto drops low, caught by the sweep, as Kagu, the only member of Control left, trying to even it out. 0-2 and Akage survive. The death timers is so long that Camille may very well be able to at least take out inhibitors. I wonder whether they can get any more from this.
Yeah, they might be able to end the game. It's 25 seconds for Ryder Zito, 20 seconds for Clamaris. I don't think they can end the game. I think they can just take the inhibitor, and it's going to be a close one, I'll be totally honest with you. But Revenant, they got the team fight that they wanted. The Control grouped up together, and to be honest, they might be able to close this game up. 5 seconds for Clamaris. This might be it.
Clamaris has his flash available, but it's rushing down. Clamaris back in. Can he apprehend and get the decimate? Oh, he flashes the wrong way. Oh, the game closes in favor of Revenant. I don't think it would have been enough anyway. Revenant. Ooh, that looked close to backfiring on them. I thought, coming out of this was a great setup for their draft. Exactly what we expected. Control played into it, but Revenant let it slip in the mid game.
Yeah, the mid game was very, very scary for Revenant. They got the early game goal lead, and when you have a comp like that, you feel like, okay, Revenant have the early game goal lead. They got the scaling as well. They have the Lulu Olaf. They can easily close out this game, but Control did really well to kind of split the fights in a way and catch out Revenant off guard. And you can see that, through these replays, you can see that most of this game was just Control getting picks across the map, and that's what they kind of wanted to do. That was their game plan going into it. If they can catch Revenant off guard, if they can catch Revenant when they're not grouped together, that's when they could take their advantages. And they honestly did really, really well for that. But it was that last team fight, that one last team fight around the Elder Dragon. They were grouped together. Arrogance was able to flash in 0-2 with the ultimate on top of that as well. And when you're grouped against that team comp, it's really, really hard to try and come back for Control.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like Revenant started actually playing that comp again. It's like, hey, if you actually play it how it's meant to do, you will win quite handily in these team fights. And it was still closer perhaps than it should have been from the early game, but I think that's a testament to Control kind of breaking Revenant apart, at least like forcing them to fight in different ways. There were a couple of moments where like Arrogance was caught out on his own, or Baige as well. So we're at a 1-on-1 series, and we've had two different playstyles. We've had Control winning game one, playing purely for the side lane and really advancing their lead like that. And this time, really heavy, like protect the carry composition from Revenant being able to come out successful. So really interesting to have different playstyles in this series.
Yeah, we've seen two very different games, to be fair. We've seen, like you say, Control in the first game, just playing the sideways. And this was the last team fight here. Look at that. Control grouped together. The one time, and Kagu was actually completely off guard there, over the other side of the wall. And then after this, they were able to close it out, even though it was really, really close, even though Clamaris in the end tried to flash to try and clear the minion wave to get the extra bonuses on the Nexus. But unfortunately, it was enough. But a very, very scrappy game too, even though Revenant did get the early game lead, even though Control were trying to come back. Even in the end here, a 5-for-3 exchange in the end was the difference. And you can see by the stats in the end, Ryder Zito did not have a really, really strong performance. I think right from the get-go, really, where they lost that the Rift Scuttler exchange in the barrel line side of the map. From there on, he was just falling further and further behind.
Yeah, I mean, this composition to me that Control were running, like, I think it is. I feel like it's hard to play Graves into it if you're at all behind, because you've not really got anybody to start a fight, and you don't really want to start a fight, and you've got nobody to play around on the side lane. So it really is only through Revenant making mistakes and taking fights. Yeah, exactly, like this kind of thing is like when Revenant play like a little bit loose and away from their composition, that's what gave Control the opportunity to come back into the game. Whereas like I think without it, Control would have really struggled to actually get themselves through with this draft.
And you have to look at, comparing these teams to the rest of the teams in the tournament as well, because all these teams are fighting for the spots in Barcelona, and it's going to be hard for them. If you make them sort of mistakes against the big teams, like Viv, like WREC, then it's really, really hard for you to kind of come back in the situation, because their players are just so strong. But yeah, in the end, it's going to go to a best of three. It's going to go to the third and final game. And honestly, I can't predict this, Stress. I don't know what way this is going to go. I feel like Control have played better overall in this series, but Revenant showing that if they can get the right draft, if they can get the right champions on the right players, they can definitely take that advantage.
Yeah, unfortunately for Control, this seems to happen a bunch, where they win game one, and then from there, it goes a little bit awry. Let's take a look at the play of the game. There were many moments in this game that went back and forth. I think that last fight is certainly going to be one of the ones that really blew it open, as Revenant steadied the ship, got themselves back into this game.
Yeah, they started off with 0-2 actually being completely caught out, but in the end, 0-2 was just completely bait, and a Kage went in, and you can see when you're grouped together with this squad of Revenant, you can't really do much at all for the side of Control. Komoto trying really, really hard to land the bubbles, try and get the heals as much as possible as well. Kagu here using the body slam flash as well, but unfortunately they weren't able to close it out. It was the two solo laners in the end that came out on top, Akage and 0-2, and it's the combo of the ultimates, the Hextech Ultimatum and Galio's ultimate as well, that came out on top. And in the end, Control did really well to stop the team fights, but when it's around the Elder Dragon, you kind of have no choice really. You have to team fight around the Elder Dragon, because if you just give it away, and if you try and split the map, Control didn't have that gold lead that they had in that first game to say, okay, so one of you go into the Baron lane, one of you split push. They had to group up in the end, and that was kind of the downside, really.
Well, we're going to game 3 in this series. One of these teams will be exiting the tournament today. The other will advance through the lower bracket. Let's find out who it is when we come back in 3.5 minutes time.
You ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Last Chance Playoffs. It is the last game of the weekend as Control and Revenant are 1-1 in their series. I am Stress, joined by Stuart for this series. Wow, I mean, that was nearly a throw. And then Revenant managed to kind of hold on to it right before they fumbled the ball and utilize their composition to its strengths of fighting around. I guess in the end, it ended up being Camille that carried the last team fight. So they managed to get the win, put themselves at 1-1. One of these teams is going home today.
That's the crazy part about it, and it all comes down to the last game as well. This is it. This is a last chance ready for these two teams. If you win, you're through. If you lose, you're completely out of the tournament. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what's going to happen in this last game.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. Let's head over to Carmeline and see what her key points are for the last game of the weekend.
Here back for the last game, as you guys said, and we need to start talking about Revenant's comeback, which was kind of expected. We kind of hinted at that during the draft stage, but right now things could go either way. You know, like neither team has been showing dominance. Control was in the first one, Revenant was in the second one, but who will take the last one? You don't really know, because the next thing we need to talk about is actually Control's draft issues. Like the draft was not the best, synergies between the champions were not really clicking, and once we got in the game, it was clear that there was something going on. Will they be able to fix it in this one game? We'll be able to see if that actually happens. Well, we don't know yet, but what we do know is that Corki is probably one of the main picks, one of the prior picks that has been chosen all throughout the series. So whether he gets chosen or not in this one game, it is still left up in the air. We don't know until we're to the pick and ban stage. But what we can say is that he's been given a lot of importance in the last game. So let's see if it can happen again. For now, that's been it for me. Back to Costas, Rest and Stewart.
I'm bored of Corki. I'm just going to put it out there. I want to see another pick in the bottom lane, and I don't want it to be Ziggs either. Give us something spicy. Give us something different. We saw Tristana yesterday. I was kind of happy to see some Tristana. I want to see some Jinx. That'd be good. And yeah, just something interesting would be great. Stuart, heading towards the last draft. I think Olaf is probably going to find himself on the ban list this time around. He's been banned in a lot of games this weekend. We've also seen the Lulu banned out in exchange in our first series of the day. I think we're probably going to see part of that combination taken away here from Control side of things.
I think it's really interesting because the last game we saw the bans on not really these high priority power picks. It was more like these like semi power picks, which left a lot of stuff open. I wouldn't be surprised if Revenant go for like the same idea again, banning out the Thresh, banning out the Recalm, because Komoto didn't look that strong on the Nami compared to compared to the Thresh. He wasn't able to make the plays on that Thresh and on the Nami, sorry, that you could normally do on Thresh and Recalm. So it's going to be the Olaf being banned out by Control that is going to go not going to go over to the hands of Revenant this time. And will this be a Camille ban as well? Because I think Camille was such a huge factor as well.
I think so too. Control banning out the Olaf. Ziggs gone from Revenant's side of things. They've maintained the two support bans as well. Totally agree with you on the Nami. I think there were some bubbles that landed, but overall lower impact from Komoto. Varus also saw a ban in the last game, but Control are going to ban out the Xin Shao. All focused on the jungle. Will it be the Varus for Baigay here, or will they just opt into the Corki? Camille, of course, being the first pick, as we've seen a lot of priority here. Control may want to break up the Galio synergy and take it for themselves. There it is. Komoto's look pretty good on that, but obviously the changes may very well mean Kagu takes that to the mid lane. Corki picked up again. I'm not particularly happy, but it's on Control side this time again.
Yeah, it's going to be on the side of Josh again. So it might be, the duo lane kind of priority really for Control, picking up the Galio, picking up the Corki. Varus is still available though, so Varus can go in the hands of Baigay. But I think when you've already picked Jax, you've already picked Camille, you're probably going to have to maybe pick Diana here if you want to play that Varus in the duo lane, or maybe an Orianna or someone. But yeah, they already have two really strong champions. Yeah, Gragas is also still up and available, and actually going to be Nami priority for May, interesting enough. So
disengaged support, so allows them, if they want to play side lane purely with Camille and Jax, that allows them that option for Revenant in this game. It's very, very different to the composition they just won with last game, though.
Yeah, there is quite a few picks still left open. Varus, Gragas, as you said as well, is still left open. Might go through the complete first phase, as we say, that is going to be picked up by Kagu. So probably going to be Kagu on the mid lane. Gragas again, most likely will be Galio in the support role for Komoto, and it will be starting to ban out these other AP champions, because when you have Camille and Jax already in your lineup, you need a little bit of AP damage. So Morgana, maybe Diana as well being banned away. Could be Orianna as well. We'll have to see what the last ban is for Control.
And Revenant kind of realizing that Control are going very similar composition-wise to the last game, batting out the Darius. I think it would have worked a little bit better in this composition. There's a lot less team fight on the side of Revenant. Yasuo banned out once again from Kagu, or potentially from Clamaris. As Clamaris, we've seen him play the Wukong. Graves is available if they want it. I don't know that it was the best pick for Ryder Zito, but this composition has a little bit more option to fight against what Revenant are bringing than the previous game.
Yeah, they have a little bit more team fight presence. They kind of have the anti-synergy of like the Gragas and the Galio, and they're just going for more team fight. They go for the Wukong again, up in that Baron lane for Clamaris. It worked well in the first game, and to be fair, ain't broke. You don't need to fix it. So Clamaris is going to go and take that Wukong back into the barrel lane, and now it's Revenant that are going to look to try and close out their comp now. They got their dual laner and potentially their mid laner left to pick up. With Varus being banned away as well, we might be seeing like an AP champion, maybe Orianna down the dual lane. Could go back to that Kai'Sa as well if they do want to pick up Diana. It is going to be the Orianna. Can be flexed to middle dual lane, but we will be able to see where the Orianna is going to go with this final pick.
Yeah, and there's so many flexes still on Control side of things that like Galio and Gragas could both be support. Wukong could be jungle, could be top. There's a lot of difference. Do you know what I was about to say? I wonder whether they'll go a range matchup like Akshan, and I didn't say it because I was like, probably not going to happen. But we've seen Akshan this week. I think it might even be 0-2 that played it. They had a really good game when Akshan was played. Now Control basically need to take a ranged matchup, whether it be Ahri or something like that, and then move all the other pieces around, because I feel like playing Gragas or Galio into that is not optimal.
Yeah, it's not that hard at all. They're going to finish it off with Irelia. So Irelia mid, Wukong top, Gragas jungle is what I could predict with this, to be fair. Or maybe it could be Wukong mid potentially as well. But yeah, that's a lot of mini champions. That's just kind of free reign really for Akshan. Yeah,
Irelia into Akshan doesn't feel like a particularly good matchup. I mean, I'd love to like pick the Don's brain about this a little bit, because Irelia matchups we don't see too often, but she struggles until she can jump on you and kill you. I just wonder how she's going to jump on Akshan, who has pretty high mobility and has the ability to get away as well, but obviously has like some stealth built into his kit, that kind of thing. So yeah, interesting one. We'll see how Kagu can actually play it out and where this composition goes, but it will give them a little bit of side lane. I think Revenant have so much on the side lane though that it's going to be difficult to break. Like Camille and Jax, known for being two of the best side lane champions in the game.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to be able to get that side lane pressure, and it's going to be hard as well. But I mean, also Control kind of had like the side lane as well, you know, with the Irelia in there. We'll struggle a little bit in that mid lane, to be fair, against the Akshan. If it is going to be mid lane Irelia, we're most likely to see Clamaris back on the Wukong in the Baron lane. Could honestly be Irelia jungle as well. We've seen it, I think, once or twice in the WREC, not too much. It's a lot more popular in Asia regions. But yeah, this is a really interesting drafts to close out this series. And again, I don't know how to predict it, to be fair to you. It's going to be so close. I think it's really kind of dependent on this early game. I think if Control can win out in this early game like they did do in game number 1, we can see that they're able to close out games a lot easier. But yeah, we'll Wukong barrel lane, Control Gragas in the jungle, and then Irelia mid against Akshan. But like you said, Irelia likes to jump on champions, but with Akshan, you have the shields, you have the extra mobility from the auto attacks, you have that swing shot as well. I think it's called heroic swing or heroic shot or something like that. And yeah, going to find it a little bit difficult as Komoto's in the barrel lane already. Yeah,
they're going to wait out the shield, force a flash. Akagi immediately flashes. Pretty much exactly how to avoid that is Clamaris now has quite a lane presence against Akagi.
Yeah, it's the flash is being burnt, but I honestly don't think that Clamaris is going to have a lot of kill pressure with Wukong, because you don't really go for like this damage Wukong build that used to be a thing with like Trinity Force, Black Cleaver. Now it's more of like a tank Wukong, so I don't think Akagi will have a lot of struggles really without the flashes. They're going to go in.
Found Mei level 1 still. They put a lot of damage down and forced the first blood goes to Komoto. That experience advantage really punishing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and again, it's Control winning out in the Dura lane. We've seen it before. We're going to see it again here. And I want Control to play around this Dura lane more, because I feel like this is where Control can really shine. I think Jash and Komoto played really, really well in this series. And if they carry on playing around this Dura lane, and if they can get Jash ahead on this Corki can do a lot of damage. But instead, they're going to go for the mid lane priority. Both Scuttle Crabs are still up and available. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to prioritize. It looks like they're just going to split the map at the moment. They're just going to be able to take each of the Scuttle Crabs away. As you can see, 3 players on the side of Control just making sure they secure that Scuttle Crab.
And I mean, Komoto's had such a big impact in this game already. Burned a flash top lane, got a kill bot lane. Like, we're already 2 minutes into the game. Like, this is Galio. We've seen him have really good games on it before. So it's starting as Controller, hoping to continue as Kagu just dashing around. It looks really fancy, but doesn't actually get a lot done yet. Like, Irelia players are there just dashing around, and all they're doing is farming.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do too much so far in the early game. And don't have the items or anything just yet, unfortunately. Interesting enough, it looks like Josh might be going for a different Corki build this time, maybe going for the Essence Reaver, but it's a man immune component as well, so might just be building that for a little bit of combat stats, because I think when you have that early game lead with Corki, you can look to accelerate that gold lead quite effectively, to be fair, because you can do a lot of damage early on, even though they don't have... It's not the biggest of gold leads between both the Dragon Lane carries, because Komoto did pick up that first blood. Nothing's really going to happen in the barrel lane, I don't think. I think Akage and Kalamaris both going for grasping and dying. Both just wants to farm up, just want to scale as much as they can into the mid and late game. But this is where 0-2 can try and take an advantage with the stealth.
Akage has a significant lead already, though, as we're going bottom lane for another exchange, and Baige forced to flash his way out, doesn't really opt for that fight afterwards. Had the shockwave, though, 2 people over the ball, we didn't want to go for it. And that top lane advantage, it's going to get neutralized by the fact that Akage just backed away, but when Clamara's recalls, the same thing's going to happen, right? And this is a little bit about, there's a sub coming in for control, and Akage really abusing that in the top lane and making sure they emphasize the strength of this Camille.
I think Akage was one of the shining lights, really, for Revenant yesterday. I think he played really, really well against, I believe it was they against Viv yesterday?
Komoto's going to get a double taunt. Baige overextending with that shockwave. He was trying to clear the minions out and back away, but that's pretty unforgivable when you've just had an exchange where you burn both your summoners, you step forward, shockwave minions intentionally, and then you know that there's a Galio around. Arrogance forced to flash. That's just, I don't know what is happening in bottom lane for Revenant in this game.
Yeah, they're honestly just falling apart. It hasn't just been this game. I think it's been a whole series, really, that Control are able to get advantages in that Dura lane, and it's showing up again. Komoto going for the early Righteous Glory, so he can just run forward. He can easily just catch out Mei or Baige, who both don't have flashes. Kamaris goes in,
package as well. Who's getting it? The Rift Herald has been fallen at the beginning of this fight, as it's Camille that drops 0-2, now getting chased, and it was stolen away by Clamara's off that Cyclone. Double kill for Josh, and you have to feel like this is the beginning that Control were hoping for. They're going to hopefully, I imagine, throw it down in middle lane. They just need a little more damage on that tower. Just a couple more autos. More. You need more Control. It's going to happen. They will push it in with the minions. Shockwave comes through, so they're going to get punished for it, but there's the Rift Herald charge. Gets first turret. Control. It's already a 4,000 gold lead in this game.
I feel like Arrogant's bot lane that entire time trying to steal Dragon. I feel like Revenant were just so split up. And yeah, look, Arrogance was on the bot side of the map, and Revenant for some reason just got a complete split up. They just 50-50 the Herald kind of for no reason, to be honest with you. They started off the Rift Herald with no smite. There was no smite for Control, so it's just a 50-50 situation. It's Kamaris in the end that gets the Rift Herald. They lose mid lane tower. They also lose a Dragon as well. So even though Arrogance was in the Dura lane trying to take away the Dragon, they weren't able to get it. So it's a complete disaster start, really, for Revenant.
Yeah, whereas for Josh, he's 3-0-1 on this Corki, like 1,500 gold up on basically, or 1,300 gold up on the next best, like highest gold player from Revenant's side of things. So really far ahead on this Corki. Josh was a very strong part of Control in the last game on this Corki as well. He was like 9-1 at one point, and it was only really in the last 2 fights that was under a lot of threats. So we've seen him be able to output a lot of damage on this Corki. not opting for the Leandries that we saw out of Team Dark earlier. Now Control are going to play the side lane. Game 1, they played this out very well. Kagu is going to get jumped on. Shockwave is only going to hit Komoto, and Komoto is going to be able to split up a lot of the pack. Jash is going to get caught by some of the comeuppance, but Komoto is able to back away from this too, and Control are advancing their lead once again.
Yeah, and Colmaris this whole time is able to push in the Baron lane as well, and he can try and take this tower up in a Baron lane. I don't think he'll have enough damage to get this straight away, but again, another win for Control. They were able to get the kill and get a little bit of an advantage down in the Dura lane, and I mentioned this already. I feel like Control, if they do have that early game goal lead, they're able to play this out. And the nice down from Akage, Clamaris could be dead here. No,
yeah, Raidazito is there, and Clamaris didn't even commit to utilizing either of his summoner spells, so utilizing just that Divine Sundra to keep him alive. And now Akage might be caught as he's going to get cycloned on place, and Akage hook shots out. That's a Camille. You always think Camille's caught, and she'll just get away because why not? Over the wall goes Jash. He's in overextension as we're looking out towards the bot lane play, as Jash does pick up the kill on a rampage now. That's the turret falling and Control. This feels like game 1 a whole lot more than it feels like game 2.
Control have the goal lead. Control are able to play the map the way they want to, and you can see if they can play the map, if they know what they want to do, they'll be able to do it with ease. 2 towers to 0, a dragon over, and already we're looking at you're off at 8,000, 7,000 gold lead for Control at the moment. And oh no,
there was a ward. Arrogance is going to get the counter-strike to lock, but Komoto is here to save Kagu anyway, and that tower is such a low health that with Raidazito coming down, they might just opt for this. 25 seconds on the objectives. That cask is exactly what they needed. Arrogance gets blasted down. The minions push through. Corki can back for the package if they want it, but double objectives coming up and they won't even opt for it. That's leaving a little bit of strength on the table, but this was Jash picking up the Camille to start this off.
Yeah, the healing from Divine Sundra helped out a little bit, really, for Akage, but unfortunately wasn't enough for Akage to be able to escape. And Jash 4-0-2 on this Corki. As you said, had a pretty good performance last game as well, but his team wasn't able to help him out as much. And like I said, I want them to play around this Dura lane and around Jash more, because I feel like that's kind of where the strong point of Control are this game. And now they have the early game leads.
I was a little worried that Control were going to try and commit to the Rift Herald here at the same time as committing for Dragon. Package over the wall as Jash is going to rip through Baige. In comes Komoto, is going to split the pack from Revenant, and Revenant are just falling to pieces in this team fight. They haven't been able to get anybody really even under half health, and Arrogance gets damage down onto Komoto, but it is not enough. The Rift Herald did go down in that fight as Raidazito is going to be able to smite down the Dragon. Explosive Cask did not buy enough space. Akage doesn't get the damage down for the kill either, despite the Ignite running, and Raidazito manages to body slam his way over the wall to safety as Jash is going to run down 0-2 in the middle lane. He can't swing his way out of that one. The auto attack is going to follow him, and Jash is dominating.
11 kills to 0, 10,000 gold lead. And like you said, Stress, this is like game 1 all over again. And like I said before the draft as well, I feel like if Control have that early game goal lead, they know how to close out games really, really well. And this is back in the Rift Herald fight. You see Arrogance has tried as fast as he could to try and take up the Rift Herald, but once he was taking out Rift Herald, the rest of his team had just completely fallen apart. 0-2 was able to escape with the recall, but yeah, 1 versus 4. Jax is pretty strong at the moment, but not that strong. He can't win in a 1 versus 4 situation. And again, they take the Dragon as well down in the Dura lane. 0-2. Not 0-2, sorry. Arrogance does have the Rift Herald, but to be honest, I don't think they're even going to get close to towers to even make use of it.
I don't think so either. It's rare that you'd have a perfect game. I don't think this game would have ended a perfect game anyway, but that Rift Herald, of course, does disrupt that. That's one objective, but 0 kills, 0 towers. Unlikely to stay that way. I think Revenant probably will get 1 opportunity at a fight, but the lead that Control have right now is 1k gold a minute in this game, which is significant. There's only 10 minutes in, 10k gold lead as they're looking for another tower. Akage has found Kagu, but I think it's Kagu that's actually found Akagi, and in goes Aurelia. There's the fancy footwork, gets dodged out for a moment by the Hextech ultimatum, but that's a kill onto Camille, and Control continue to just advance this lead further and further.
Yeah, the sideways advantage again for Control. And you can see they're just playing the map so well. They're pushing all three of the sideways. Ryder Zito's just roaming around the map. They're playing this 1-3-1 playstyle so effectively. They're able to get this Baron lane tower as well. You can see 0-2's trying so hard. He's auto-attacking the whole time, but he's just doing no damage. But Revenant just can't even move out of their whole base, and this is a great way of showing. I feel like last game was a bad way of showing how to get a gold lead for Revenant, but Control showing pretty much a perfect way of how to utilize a gold lead, pushing the sideways, playing this 1-3-1 composition where you can use the Wukong, you can use the Akali to push the sideways. You have 3 players in the mid lane as well, pushing that mid wave. You can see now 5 towers to 0. This is over a 1,000 gold a minute now for Control, and honestly, a flawless performance so far, and that's a cast a curse if I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a curse, but at the same time, it's so rare to not have a kill on the enemy team. So I'm sure there's going to be an opportunity around the Baron or around the Dragon, one of the two, as Control will likely overstep slightly, and one of the more squishy champions is probably going to fall. But I mean, if we didn't watch game 2 and you just went from game 1 to game 3, you'd be like, wow, Control is smashing them. Like, this is not even a close series. But Revenant looked good in game 2 in the early game and then in the late game. I think it's just a testament to, like, when Revenant, again, and I said this going into game 1, when they have a composition and they're playing it out, being the team that dictates the pace and chooses the fights to take, they are so much better than when it's Control that are actually dictating how this game gets played out. Because when Control are ahead, they are smothering Revenant out of the game.
Yeah, I feel like the draft difference was pretty huge as well in game number 2 as a Kage. Yeah, he's just dead, isn't he? Is he?
Yep. Kamulto makes sure that the Kagu's Ignite finishes him off. It was a close one, but another kill goes over. 13th kill. Unlucky for some, but we'll see if it's lucky for Control, as they're trying to debate whether they want to go for Dragon, but it's not up yet. So they're going to push the wave out. Back off to the Dragon. Clamara is his top comeuppance. Basically just absorbed completely by Kamulto. Didn't even hit his health bar at all.
Just tickled him a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen that all kind of just half health people on its own, but now Josh doesn't even take damage as he just destroys me. Shockwave lands, but there's no damage follow-up. Control, just stand there, absorb the shockwave, and take the Dragon.
Yeah, they just wanted to zone out Revenant in the end Control, and they were able to do that perfectly, really. And now they're going to look to try and go towards the Baron as well. But I think with all 5 members up of Revenant, you do not want to take this risk if you're Control, because we saw in game number 1, the smite was there for arrogance, and he was able to steal the Baron. So I don't think they're going to try and make the same mistake again.
I think you can bait though, right? Is with the Aurelia on the bottom side, you can push out bot lane, try and look for a kill, bait the Baron. You've got the Corki package as well. I mean, Corki package, you should only pick it up right now if you're actually going to commit to the fight. Otherwise, you just leave it on the table. Josh is going to pick it up, so either way, all they've got to do is play defensively around the Aurelia, not overextend, and then kind of play around the Baron, clear out vision, and look to set it up for themselves, because there's no real other objectives to play for right now if you're Control.
Yeah, like you said, I think the bait around Baron is going to be the play, and it looks like they are going to be clearing around Vision as well. And look, Kagu's just going up and down the side wave. And to be fair, there's no one that can deal with Kagu at the moment. 3 items, 3, 0, and 3 on this Aurelia. And they can basically what they did in game number 1 is Arrogance is actually the one that's going to get caught.
Explosive cask, that opens up the Baron. No smite steal if there's no smite available, as Control are going to be able to cut their way through the river up to that Dragon. As you can see, 0-2's kind of waiting on the side lanes as Control. Oh, that's the 3-shot on me. Yep, flash forward for good measure. Josh is going to just blast the Nami out of the game. 0-2, probably 0 chance of this steal, unless something goes horrendously wrong for Control.
I'm waiting for it to go horribly wrong.
Yeah, I know, right? Josh is caught out with the stasis there, used as Baron down to about 1/3 of the health. They're going to lock down the Orianna once again. Baige falls. Another kill goes in favor of Control. 17 kills to 0 in favor of Control, and they're going to turn back towards that Baron. Oh, Josh is going to get the debuff, and now Josh may fall here.
Oh, no! Oh.
Galliol used to keep him alive for a moment.
Flawless game.
Yeah, the perfect game. Well, it can't be perfect because they did drop a Rift Herald, so it's not going to appear on the scoreboard, but it's certainly, we all know it happened. We all saw it.
perfect game in terms of kills anyway, and I guess dragons and
that
also
doesn't
towers and
count.
everything. I mean, does Rift Herald really matter? I mean, to be fair, I don't even know what Rift Herald was even used for. Did it just expire
Did
in
it
the end?
charge?
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
actually. What actually happened to it? I was just thinking.
Wow, yeah, I didn't even see what happened.
I was just thinking, I was like, yeah, Arrogance did take the Rift Herald, right? Did it just get used in a lane and Control just were able to clear it out? We both probably just completely missed that. But I mean, it just shows how strong Control are in this game and how
We're
much
really
they're...
good casters, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's like one of the major objectives of the early game. Herald didn't charge. Production have got our backs. Okay, good. All
At least
right.
production are watching.
Somebody's got to know what they're talking about in this. Don't worry. Right, Control, 17 kills to 0 up. It's nearly 15,000 gold lead, and they've taken everything they want. They have the scaling 7, 0, and 7 on this Corki. Like, once the GA completes, I think Josh basically just like solo carries this game. Not that he isn't already, but I think it just becomes pretty much impossible to kill him and turn this around. Which means Control. I think if they look at just game 1 and game 3, they'll be like, we're really good right now. I think the draft just went away from them in game 2. They weren't really prepared for that Olaf composition.
I mean, to be fair, they did well to come back in game number 2.
That's true.
Even though they did have that early game deficit. The early game deficit was a little bit difficult, to be fair, because it was Ryder Zitto getting caught out, and it was just really, really good jungle pathing by Arrogance to get that early goal lead. But now look what's up. The Elder Infernal Dragon. And to be honest, Revenant might be able to get a kill, but I think it's going to be really, really hard for them to even get close to this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's package time already for Corki. The last one didn't really get used too much as Control. They have the vision on the dragon. They're going to peel off and actually go for the aggressive play on mid lane. They've caught out 0-2, who's going to get taunted in place. Surely that's a good shockwave, but the damage follow-up just isn't there. 5-man shockwave just absorbed completely by Control, and now they're going to look for the 5 versus 4. They're going to go right into the fight onto Arrogance, forcing back away. Jash forced to stasis, doesn't have the Guardian Angel yet, I don't believe, as Kagu goes forward in the fight. Right as Zito's chasing onto Akagi. Jash is going to look to pick up the kill. The stasis once again. That Guardian Angel was actually completed by Jash, so he can play as aggressively as he wants. The tower, not going to be the target. They're just going to do this as composed as they can and take out the Elder Dragon, likely take out the Baron, and then look to close the game out.
They're doing so well at just baiting Revenant in and using their crowd control and using their engage from Clamaris, from the package as well, to just catch out members of Revenant off guard. And that's exactly what they're doing. Like you said, they're going to be able to take the Elder. They're probably going to go straight towards this Baron as well. Take the Baron away and... Oh, that's another death.
Shockwave didn't even connect, didn't put it on cooldown, and Jash picks up the 21st kill of this game. This game is done, by the way, just in case anybody was looking for optimistic casting. Not going to happen on this one. 21 kills to 0, Elder plus Baron, Control. All they have to do is push now, and this game is over.
Just run it down mid. That's all you have to do. You have all 4 dragons. You have Elder Infernal. You have the Baron.
Goes to Revenant.
They got some towers. Okay, it's still near perfect game. I mean, I think you could still say that it was pretty much still a complete perfect game as Arrogance showing off his emotes, and even though it might seem weird that he's diamond, everyone's diamond now. Everyone's pretty much diamond now, unless you.
You salty.
unless you finish diamond, then you're emerald now because of the resets.
Are you one of the content creators that's tweeting about how your games are getting ruined? I'm seeing that. Legendary performance for Josh.
I did actually put a tweet out. I had a Blitzcrank mid that had Ghost and Smite, and his name was Ban Till Int.
And now you're making him famous. Yeah. You're making him famous at this point. It was Int till Ban, as that's a big shockwave. I was saying no optimism, but there is at least some team fight prowess, but it's not going to be enough. Control are going to eat through the base. They're going to be able to shred the health bars off, Baron buff the minions, and look to close this one out. 1 kill went on the board. Ryder Zitto, the feeder on this one, as Control 2-1 their way past Revenant and advance in the lower bracket.
Very, very strong first game and very, very strong third game as well. Again, showing that if Control get their early game lead, they know what to do and they close out the game pretty much perfect as well. A few towers, a Rift Herald, and 1 kill. It's not perfect, But I would still call it perfect by
Your
Control.
level of acceptance for perfection, we need to discuss this. You need to aim higher, Stuart. You need to aim only for perfection.
They got
Red
through.
Azito
That's
fed,
perfect.
okay? Red Azito was a big feeder.
Reported ×9 report after the game. Only death for Control in the end, but yeah, overall really well played by Control, and they were just able to again use the sideways to their advantage again, just rotating around the map as a unit. And again, Revenant were just on the back foot. You can see in the second game, and as you mentioned as well, if Revenant are on the front foot, if they have the team comp that allow them to be on the front foot, they could play really well. But when they're on the back foot, when they're trying to play it more reactive than proactive, they're just completely lost. They feel completely lost, and I feel that's kind of what happened during the series.
Yeah, and we see some good setups and plays from Control on the sidelines. I think they've looked quite good. What I would say to that is that the games against Formulation, where Formulation were playing actively as well, I think that's where Control were challenged. This one, I just don't feel like Revenant came and contested either other objectives or took particularly wise or well set up fights in this game, and Control just meant that they were just getting further and further ahead. And there's just this one point in the game where you can just hit them with the wallet again and again, and Control reached that point very early on and just took every single fight they could, because there's no real way of contesting for Revenant. Like, they kept taking 4 and 5 people shockwaves and it just did nothing.
Yeah, this is going to be a Ryder Zito's death in the end. We get to see the replay of the inting Ryder Zito. In the end, we'll have to hopefully we'll hear from someone from Control to see why he entered right at the end, because it could have been a perfect kill game. But yeah, it's going to be interesting now to see how Control, play out, with these roster swaps as well. With with Kamaris coming in as well. Honestly, Kamaris had a pretty decent series overall. He kind of fell a little bit behind in games number 1 and in game number 2 as well. Even this game, he did fall a little bit far behind, but he kind of did his job at the end of the day. Wukong is not known as really this lane bully, or not really a champion that's known to get ahead in the laning phase. But if you can get that little bit of tankiness with the Divine Sundra, with all the healing, or with the with the team fight pressure presence that he can get, then he can definitely come out on top. You can see in the end 4-0 and 7 on this Wukong, and wow, Jash's damage. I mean, Jash's damage in the previous game as well was pretty disgusting, and also this game as well. His damage is absurd.
Well, I'm pretty bored of Corki, but at least on that performance, like it's a strong Corki performance in general, like showing why the pick is still such high priority, and Kamalto showing why this Galio has been a big pick from them. I mean, the Rakana's banned, Thresher's banned. That's about as clean as a game you're really ever going to see. I feel like Control probably could have ended it a little bit quicker, if I'm being very pedantic. I think against other teams, perhaps those first few fights there would have been more opportunities, but as soon as they were cresting that 10k gold at 10 minutes, basically game done. It's so hard to come back from a lead like that. Control looking very strong, and a lot of that came from the support, who we're actually going to hear from now, is Kamalto, with an interview with Carmeline.
Kamalto, welcome back. One of our favorite players and absolutely one of the best players in this series. How are you?
Hello, Carmeline. I'm actually doing great. I didn't shave myself, so I actually look like 10 years older, but it's fine. We won the game. And before we actually go to interview, I have one thing to say. Happy birthday, Stuart. You are actually old now. I have a poem for you. You actually know this poem, but I have to do it online as well. 1,000,000 stars up in the sky. One shines brighter, I can't deny. A love so precious, a love so true. A love that comes from me to Stu. Happy birthday.
Oh my god. That's actually amazing. Okay, my birthday is next week. It's a lie, but just in case,
Yeah,
okay,
if you win, I'll do the same. It's fine.
Thank you, Kamalto. Now I understand why we love you so much, but we need to talk about this series because you won the first game like really consistently, then lost the second one, then won the third one. I want to go straight to the spicy things. What happened in the second game?
The second game was actually kind of tough. like we made a lot of mistakes. That wasn't a clean game, not even nearly as good, I guess, as first and third game. Aphelion actually did come up with a good plan. They stomped us early game, and we kind of bounced back, and they bounced back, and the game was kind of close. I guess it was interesting to watch, but yeah, it was messy, definitely. I mean, good job for Aphelion for taking the game too. They did really well. But yeah, we came up the winners this time, and hopefully the next week as well.
Well, right now, instead of Aphelion, the Revenant, they've taken up their roster. I want to ask you. It's okay, of course, it's fine. But I want to ask you about next week, because you're going to face in either WREC or Team Kezo, which might seem scary for some, but I want to know how it feels for you guys. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, obviously Team Kezo and WREC are one of the best teams, but we'll do our best to actually beat them. I think we're improving, and we'll improve as much as we can to beat both of these teams, no matter if WREC is or Kezo in the loser bracket.
Okay, so there you go, Kamoto. Thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye. Back to the casters.
The best birthday present. I don't know what you got for your birthday, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't better than that.
He's known for his poems. He does it all the time. He's also known for his singing and everything as well. So maybe he'll do some singing a bit later as well. But yeah, really nice to hear from Komoto. Looking 10 years older himself as well with the grown beard, like he said. But yeah, it just shows that Komoto is a great character, and it's so nice to see him on the broadcast. It's so nice seeing him perform really well as well, and they will be going into the next round of the lower brackets.
Yeah, they will indeed. So let's take a look at the play of the game from that third game. Likely again to be around some of Komoto's playmaking. Got him on the Galio after getting banned out, and really had that big impact.
Yeah, it really did have that huge impact. This was around the Rift Herald, where they were able to split up really. Revenant in a way. I was about to say Aphelion. thanks Komoto. I was about to say the wrong name, but yeah, Revenant was even though they got the Rift Herald in this situation, they weren't able to get the team fight because the Corki package is showing. I mean, even though we don't really want to see Corki that much, just shows there that Corki can still be really, really strong. Jash with a great performance. We've seen it, I think, every single game today, if I'm not mistaken.
I feel like
the whole weekend, to be fair, we've seen Corki as well. But the cool thing about Corki is we've seen so many different builds. We've seen Essence Reaver Stormraiser, we've seen Manamune Stormraiser, we've seen Manamune Solari, we've even seen Black Cleaver with Leandries.
Don't talk about Leandries.
We've seen so many different builds for Corki, which is quite nice to see. But yeah, Corki just still showing up and still being one of the strongest dragon laners in the competition.
Corki proving forever that Europe can get memed for our builds. So let's go and look at our MVP of the game. We've just talked about the champion. Let's talk about the pilot, and that is Jash, who's going to be our MVP. Really strong series from him.
15-0 KDA, and Jash, I think we said this during the game as well. I think Jash and Komoto were just better than Revenant's bot lane in the end. Yep. They were able to get 2 versus 2 kills in lane phase. They were able to use that advantage as well in game 1 and game number 3 to just close out the victories. And Jash, a really, really strong performance on the Corki overall. We saw that he can come up with picks like Tristana, which didn't really work yesterday. When he's on that Corki, when he's dominating and when he's using that Valkyrie forward, he's able to clean up the rest of the team fight. So very, very well played, and congratulations again to Control.
And I mean, that's the thing, is like, even in game 2 where Control would ultimately lose, Jash was a huge part of that comeback. Like, he was at a point where with the team around him, they could very well have still won that game. So really big performance out of Jash. Carmeline is back joining us for the end of the show. Always fun. Now that we know that Komoto likes to sing, Carmeline, I'm feeling like there's a duet in your future at some point.
Please. I will love that. Please. Can we
You'll
make
have
that
to figure
part of
out
the
what
show?
song he wants to do.
Okay, I'll talk to him.
We'll get that on the books for a future episode. So that means the first round of the lower bracket has completed. And that means that, unfortunately, for Revenant and Clash Spain, they have exited the tournament. Carmeline, I know that it's a tough moment for you on Clash Spain going out, but what are your thoughts as we swap our attention to the upper bracket on our two matchups coming up? WREC versus Team Queso. I know that's an easy one for you to predict, right?
You can't ask me to use the stress. You can't.
Well,
I mean,
I'll tell you what, Snitch has earned my Team Queso prediction for that series, because last time I predicted Rix, it went completely badly, so they're not getting predicted anytime at all. It's Rix versus Team Queso taking place as our first game of next week, then Viv versus Formulation. Stuart, I think, considering both looked a little shaky, that's a harder series to call.
I think Viv versus Formulation is going to be a very, very interesting series. Like you said, both looking really, really shaky yesterday, and going into next week, you know, these teams will have a few days now to maybe practice a few more things on the new patch. So maybe we won't be seeing the same picks. We might be seeing a few more interesting picks. But I think out of the whole of this weekend from patch 3.1, I think Rix has definitely looks the strongest at the moment. I think they've adapted to the meta really, really well and came up with a few interesting picks themselves. But for the rest of the teams, it's back to the drawing board now, because it's not going to be too long until it's going to be the last chance for them to try and get to Barcelona.
I agree with that. Carmeline, I'm going to give you the last word on Viv versus Formulation. What do you think of that series?
Viv. For me,
Viv?
it's going to be Viv. Yeah.
I kind of agree with you. I'm a big fan of Formulation. I like how they play, but I think Viv in our open bracket playoffs looked so good. That is the end of week one of the last chance qualifier. I've been Stress, joined by Stuart on his birthday. Happy birthday once again. And Carmeline for the broadcast. We'll be back next week. Keep your eyes peeled on social for the exact schedule. We have a lot of games to play through. So we'll be back next week on this channel. Make sure you follow for a notification for when we go live. We will see you for the second round next week.
Galileo.